I'd like to call this meeting to order. It's a little after 6 and we have a long session tonight. I've talked to all the applicants. They're going to talk in short words tonight. Otherwise, somebody's going to have to bring in the pizza. So I'm calling it to order. The recorder is on, Diane?
Yes.
All right. And everybody who intends to speak this evening has signed in, hopefully. All right. So today is January 17th. It's amazing how fast the new year has gone by already. And I do want to thank staff for this voluminous work they have done here. I guess maybe the next time we shouldn't let you delay 2 weeks from the date. Can you call the roll, Diane?
John Brewer.
Here.
Peter Dwyer.
Here.
John Miller.
Here.
Kristen Finn.
Here.
Ivan Heredia.
Here.
Chris Cabezas.
Here.
Jim Chard.
Here. So I don't think we have, well, we need to approve the agenda first, right? John Brewer, can you suggest we approve the agenda?
I'd like to move approval of the agenda. Second.
Everyone in favor? Aye?
I have to call the roll.
All right.
John Brewer.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer.
Yes.
John Miller.
Yes.
Kristen Finn.
Yes.
Ivan Heredia.
Yes.
Chris Cabezas.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes. Do we have any minutes to approve? Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the minutes by anybody? No? Would someone move, Peter, to approve the minutes?
I move that we approve the minutes as written.
Second.
Call the roll?
John Brewer.
Yes.
Peter Dwyer.
Yes.
John Miller.
Yes.
Kristen Finn.
Yes.
Ivan Heredia.
Yes.
Chris Cabezas.
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes. Diane, could you swear in the public? Anybody who wishes to speak tonight on any of the topics? And even if you don't know that you're going to speak, it wouldn't hurt to stand up and be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand by the authority vested in me, the notary of the state of Florida. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay. So, next is comments from the public. This is comments not on the items on the agenda, but anything else that anybody wants to speak about that is not on the agenda. Come right on up. Oh, you're not going to speak. We're just going to embarrass you. Anybody else want to speak? All right, let's move on then. We have a presentation item tonight, I think, from the city attorney's office.
Yeah, it's listed as a presentation, but this is really just an adoption of the bylaws. There were some minor changes just for readability. The main change, however, is City Commission recently adjusted the amount of time that the board has to wait before they can terminate the meeting for a non-quorum. Used to be 30 minutes, it's now 15. The only other item that might be appropriate for board discussion is whether they want the bylaws to continue with the board commencing at 6 p.m. or if the board would consider beginning at 5:01 p.m. consistent with the other advisory boards. But other than that, it's very minor changes, and the board has any discussion they can. If they don't wish to discuss, they can just adopt the bylaws as drafted, which has a 6 p.m. start time.
The proposed has a 5:01
No, the proposed bylaws attached as backup have the 6 p.m. time consistent with your past meetings. But we can adopt a version that has 5:01 if the board
Well, let's
would
discuss
prefer.
each of those, and let's start with the start time. Does anybody have a preference for 6 versus 5:01?
6. I
Perhaps,
wouldn't be able to serve.
perhaps before the board discusses, may I make a comment?
Certainly.
This item was brought to our attention by our management team in our Department of Development Services. All of the other advisory boards begin at 5:01. Of course, it's a discussion. It's not something that you have to do, but we're looking at being consistent for the public. When they come to board meetings or they hear of board meetings, there sometimes is confusion as to which board starts when. So it was partly for that, is providing best service for the public.
As I have a question, so has the management staff or the staff, I mean, these boards are made up by volunteers who are typically working people in the community. Has there been pushback on any of the other boards moving to 501?
There hasn't, and our board serves once a month, where some of the other boards, they traditionally serve once a month, sometimes twice, given the size of their agendas. So some of them were already at 5, and some of them have been changed.
I personally would vote to stick to 6.
I would too.
Ivan?
Same.
John?
I can go either way. I can go either way as well.
I prefer 6.
I think there's a consensus.
Sounds like it, Chair.
Yeah.
The other change from 30 minutes to 15 was actually already adopted by City Commission. So that's not necessarily a discussion item, just wanted to highlight that change because it's really the main substantive change. So at this time, really be just appropriate for a motion to approve the bylaws and a second roll call.
I'll make a motion to approve the bylaws.
Second.
Any discussion? Diane?
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
Yes.
Jim Chard.
Yes. So, if I am correct, we now move into the meat of the meeting and talk about the quasi-judicial items. So, I think staff will introduce that.
Okay, so the first item on the agenda is item 8A, which is the Price House. It's individually designated property at 1109 Seaspray Avenue. COA 2024-039 is entered into the record, and the applicant is here and has a presentation.
I think I need to read the quasi-judicial rules
Yeah,
first.
we can start with that and also then ex parte after.
I always forget one. All right. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with the City of Delray Beach quasi-judicial rules. The applicant and the city shall be permitted to present their case. The public shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or a group who are present and agree not to speak. The City Commission, the board, members, staff, and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant may be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony.
Are you doing it or me?
It should be noted that our decision to approve or deny an application or an appeal may not legally be made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the numbers of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations.
And then Chair will,
We have sworn in witnesses.
correct. So just need ex parte and then the
Okay.
applicant can begin.
Peter,
Do we have any ex parte communication?
do you have any?
I don't.
Okay,
None for me.
none.
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 None. Nope.
Just give us one moment. We're trying to find out why the PowerPoint won't close. I don't even see it there in the task manager. It's that one right there. PowerPoint. HPB, yeah. I know, it's ours that was a problem. Okay, can you minimize? Awesome. Yeah, we have it. It's just while IT is here, I wanted them to help us figure out what was going on.
This is not the item that's public, yes.
Okay.
Should be disclosed. Correct.
Okay. You ready? We are ready. Come on down. You know how to use these, right?
Not really.
You can do arrows to navigate.
Oh, you don't have a thing like this?
I have that too.
Does this work?
And
Like-
I have this mouse, so you have 3 options. Have at it.
I'm a one option person. Good evening, members of the Historic Preservation Board. My name is Tom Carney. I'm at 135 Southeast Fifth Avenue, Delray Beach. I represent the applicant who is here today, David Boucher, who is the owner of this house at 1109. This is, recognizing your agenda, I'm actually not going to go through all the points in my normal thing because this really is one of those few that really is not a heavy lift. I'm going to go through just to show you what we're trying to do here. This is the existing awning, which you can see here. What we're doing here is we're adding essentially the exact same type of awning on the other side of the house to have it symmetrical. Everyone likes the design. Everyone thinks it's compatible. The neighborhood's happy. And so we're going to show you. Here's the existing. Oh, this is the street going south, but you can see the awning there on the left. This is the house. You can see where the awning is going to go to on the right side, under the same kind of overhang as on this side. It's going to be on the other side, compatible with the look, in front of where that car is going to be, in fact. You see this is a beautiful home, and it is on the historic register individually. The owners are very happy with the house. They want to keep it historic. Everything they're doing here is to keep it compatible with its original design. Here is where, well, you can see here, this is much easier to do. And this is the proposed, where they're talking about putting it on the other side. And this is actually the schematic of the awning. I'm sorry, I had to cut off the right side of it there because it came out so large. I would try to fit it into the file. But as the staff has done a very good job here in pointing out that this is a minor adjustment. Everything is done in good taste. Everything is done to be compatible with the regulations. Much of the regulations are not applicable, but the ones that are, as said in the justification letters, they are, as you can see, absolutely keeping the historic character is going to be preserved. They're not changing anything on the structure. None of the materials features of the house are going to be adjusted. They're not altering the structure in any way. And if the awning is being removed in the future, and this is always important, you want to make sure that when you put something up, that if you move it, you won't be able to physically impact the actual historic structure, which is, the awnings are not historic, but the structure is. And in this particular case, the awning is such that when removed, it won't have any detrimental effect to the structure. This is a Monterey-style house, and it's a beautiful house. I hope some of you have had a chance to go by it. It fits so well in the neighborhood. And the proposal, as the staff report, which they did a great job, and I always think staff does a great job here, really pointed out that this is minor and it's compatible with all of the historic regulations. And there really isn't much to this program. As you see, it's really designed to have a symmetrical look on the house. They go to great lengths to point out all of this, and that the awning itself is the same color, texture, etc. as the other awning. And it really will balance the house out nicely. And we're hoping that you obviously feel the same way, because this is minor and you have a long presentation and a day ahead of you, and I don't want to be delaying you any more than I have to on one of the ones that is actually, I'd like to say, an easy lift, but whatever. So that I obviously reserve my right to come back and rebut, etc. But that's really all we have to say, unless you'd like to hear from the owner of the house. Anything you would like to say? No? Okay.
I don't think it's necessary.
We're having some issues again. One moment, please.
Should already be open. We are.
Yeah. Okay. For the record, I'm Katharina Palavoda, Historic Preservation Planner. All right, I'm just going to move past this. Okay. So this is a certificate of appropriateness application. It's for 1109 Seaspray Avenue. This residence, which was previously located at 526 North Ocean Boulevard, it is a Monterey style house designed in 1935 by the architect Sam Ogren Jr. It's individually listed to the local Register of Historic Places, and it was designated as the Price House for its original owners. The main block of the wood frame house is two-story, with two-story areas located in the rear. The exterior is sheathed in clapboard, believed to be Florida cypress. Okay, the foundation is concrete slab, and the low-pitched roof is cross-gabled and covered with a composition roll. Fenestration is symmetrical. So here's the location. This is in the Nassau Park. This is individually designated on local register. So here we see it in between Beach Drive and Seaspray Avenue. Okay, here's an aerial and the existing survey. So let's see. Here you can see this is where the existing awning is, and then the proposed black canvas awning is going to be on the other side. We did do a little bit of permit research just to see maybe when this existing awning was put on. Unfortunately, we don't have any history on there, so we don't know when the existing awning was placed. Okay, so here we can see where the proposed awning is going. This is the front elevation on the south, and this is where the existing awning is. Okay, just showing you some other elevations. This is the side west, also the west elevation. This is the rear. Some more elevations of the rear. And then the front south where you can see where the existing awning is. Okay, another picture of the awning where you can see, I know the other elevations showed the proposed with the awning on there, but this is how it exists currently. And then this is the proposed that actually shows where the black canvas awning is going. Okay, that's the material sample. And then the proposed detail. So when we look at the Secretary of the Interiors, these are certain finishes, as well as visual compatibility. We are talking about materials and textures and colors on a historic structure. This is... I don't know when this was dated, but we found a black and white photo of the existing structure in place where it is. But as you can see, there is no awning on the other side. But because it is just it is a simple elevation change, there are no concerns from staff on this. As Mr. Carney did mention, if the awning were to be removed, there would be no concerns. It wouldn't harm the structure. It wouldn't ruin the historic integrity of the individually designated structure. But it is up to the board because it is an elevation change and it does face the public right away. It is up to the board to decide whether or not this is an appropriate alteration. These are your findings. Okay, that concludes my presentation.
Any public comment? Any rebuttal by applicant? I guess we go to the board. Who would like to start tonight? Ivan?
Sure. Good evening. So, yeah, it's a simple addition to the facade. It's in keeping symmetrically with what's there already. So, you know, I don't see an issue with it.
Kristen?
The same. I mean,
Okay.
I think the main thing is if it's removed, you would know it was there.
John Miller?
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful house. I've been in this house. I know we don't review landscaping on residential properties typically, but, you know, I think the change in landscaping recently really has more impact than this awning's gonna have, so I'm fine with it.
John Brewer?
No issues.
Okay. Chris?
I support it.
Peter?
No comments, looks good. Thank you.
Just a couple of quick questions, because I know we want to go through this. Was Ogren noted for symmetry?
I wouldn't say that his designs were symmetrical across the board, but that I think is partly due to the style of architecture he worked within, which were numerous. What's interesting, this, you know, as Katharina mentioned, this site, this property, this house was moved to this property. The architect sitting in the audience, Mr. Iliopoulos, was engaged on that. There has
He's shaking
been,
his head back there.
It was a yes, though.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a nod, not a shake.
Okay.
There is, you know, some belief that this may even have been a Sears kit home in the research of the historic file. You'll note in the historic photograph, the black and white that we had, that was of the house in its original location, and it did not have an awning to the right of the central portion of the structure. That was a later addition, which is over the front porch. So I don't know if it's really a matter of symmetry or a utilitarian purpose in this case, but awnings can be removed so they're not as structurally permanent as maybe as if they came through with a shed roof or something like that.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness 2024-039 for the property located at 1109 Seaspray Avenue and known as the Price House, individually designated to the local register of historic places by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second?
Second.
I don't think there's any discussion. Diane, call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezzas,
Yes.
Jim Achard.
Yes. Congratulations. Good work.
Very much. Thank you.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item 8B for 202 North Swinton Avenue. This is within the Old School Square Historic District, a contributing structure. COA 2024-043 is entered into the record. Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Cope is here and will present on behalf of the property owner. And for the record, I'm Michelle Hoyland.
No, we're good, but you're gonna show it for you, right? Yeah.
Chair, if we want to do ex parte while they're discussing.
Start this way, Peter.
No.
None.
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 No.
Nope.
No. Good evening, everybody. For the record, Roger Cope, Cope Architects, Inc., 701 Southeast First Street in the National Marina Historic District. I have no presentation, no PowerPoint presentation this evening. The item is very simple. It's about the degree of reflectivity, and that's a very bad word to use, but of the glass that has come about on our little project. And the project is 202 North Swinton Avenue. You guys approved of the project a few months ago. It's an absolute wonderful two-story commercial project, and I'm going to make this as brief as possible. For 30 years, we call out clear low E glass on our window schedules, and that's exactly what was called out on this project, and it's exactly what was ordered, as a matter of fact. But what came from manufacturer were all of our exterior windows and doors that seemed to have a very slight reflective quality to them. So we engaged in dialogue with staff because it was I don't know if they contacted us, we contacted them. And, we have NOAs and all kinds of ordering processes are in place, and dozens of people have influenced the point where you actually press the button and order these windows and doors. But when they came in, they had a slightly reflective quality to them, and I'm sorry, I'm remiss. The owner of my property is here, also Mr. Ron Kurzman. So we brought a window with us tonight. We thought it was slightly reflective enough to at least address it before we start installing them, and then it becomes a bigger issue. So that's the issue tonight. In our opinion, it's an incredibly light and very, very faint reflectivity, and it's subjective. So there's 7 of you up there, and a couple of you might think that it's not reflective at all. But so here it is, and we did what we thought was the right thing. We ordered what we thought was the right product. I've certainly seen historic projects that installed way more reflective product and then got slapped on the wrist afterwards. That's not us at all. This is the first time this has ever happened in my career. But that's the dude right there, and we're throwing ourselves at the mercy of the staff and your opinion as to whether or not that's acceptable to you. And so clear low E glass is a very hot topic issue in historic preservation, and I know there's been enough legislation and special magistrate situations in our community that have honed in on that, and so I believe staff is about to say to you in their presentation that we're going to shift gears a little bit, or staff's going to shift gears a little bit and improve the process, and maybe even improve or change the way we actually describe the glass on our document. So we've done nothing wrong in our opinion. We're trying to be proactive about this, and we're throwing ourselves at the mercy of the opinion of the board.
Roger, has the glass been ordered?
Oh, we have it all.
You have it all.
We own the entire lot, stock and barrel.
But it has not been installed yet.
I think we installed one just to see if maybe a couple. I'm not sure how many, but to see if it was any less reflective in daylight and sunlight. And of course, we all know that the glass appears differently on the north side of a building than it does on the east side, than it does on the south and the west. And so, and in a commercial, this is a commercial setting, so we're going to have interior blind treatment. And when the blinds are behind that piece of glass, that changes the quality and the appearance of the glass. So there's so many things that come into play. And my good friend Peter, you're almost a glass expert. So you may have you're the smartest guy in the room.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well,
Okay, let's keep going.
Not at all. But I would say.
But with your professional background.
Yes, I would ask a question.
I think we need, we're not yet. So I think we need to hear from staff.
That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
should be good. It might already be open, yeah. Try to maximize it from that bottom tray. Can I have the mouse? Just keep the keyboard. Let me have the mouse. It's a new computer in here, so okay, so there we go. I don't know who keeps hijacking my mouse. Okay, that's right.
There you go.
Here we go. All right, let's hope we don't have any more issues.
For the record, my name is Michelle Hewitt, planner, and once again, this is agenda item 8B for 202 North Swinton Avenue, COA 2024-043. Okay, so here we have an aerial of the subject property with North Swinton Avenue to the east and Northwest 2nd Street to the south. Some brief history here. The property contains two structures, a two-story frame vernacular style residence constructed in 1922, and a detached one-story single story structure also constructed in 1922, which is located at the southwest corner of the property. Both are classified as contributing to the locally and nationally designated listed Old School Square Historic District. Previously, in 2011, the project came in, or the property came in to convert from single family to professional office, which expired, but then came back in again in 2014, where it was formally converted to professional office. On March 1st of 2023, the HPB approved a COA for exterior modifications to existing structures, including window and door replacement / installations, roof pitch change to the detached structure in the rear, roof material change, and repainting of the structure. Specifically, the approved windows were to be clear with no tint and non-reflective, as this is a contributing structure and does not need to meet energy calculations per the Florida Building Code. A permit was submitted, and during staff's review, staff was informed that the windows were installed prior to permit issuance. Additionally, the windows installed were green, reflective windows, while the certified approved plan set indicated that all window and door glass would be clear. An application was then submitted by the applicant for changes to the approved glass appearance. Okay, so here we have the current or front east elevation. So on the bottom, kind of like ground floor there on the right, you can see one of the installed windows there. And a little bit here underneath the porch area is the current front of the existing structure. This is the rear southwest elevation of the main structure with the previous windows that were installed on the structure. Here we also have another image. This is of the structure in the rear with the glass that exists there. Here we have the current rear / west elevation with the installed glass you can see on the main residence on the back there. Here we have a view from the side street / south elevation. These were the windows that were previously on the structure. And here's the current street side / south elevation. Those are the windows that are currently installed at this moment. Here we have the close-up of the windows of the rear west elevation that were previously installed. And here another view of the old windows on the bottom floor of the rear of the structure, the main structure. So here we have an excerpt or a screenshot from the Secretary of Interior Standards, which talks about recommended and not recommended practices with windows. And here in the not recommended category, it says, changing the appearance of windows that contribute to the historic character of the building by replacing materials, finishes, or colors which noticeably change the sash depth of the reveal and mutton configuration, the reflectivity and color of the glazing, or the appearance of the frame. And then we have another excerpt here and another not recommended practice, using low E glass with a dark tint in new or replacement windows, thereby negatively impacting the historic character of the building. And so in our Delaware Beach Historic Preservation Guidelines, we also have a section that discusses windows. They are a preeminent character defining feature of a building. They are placement, design, and materials serve to articulate and give definition to the design specific styles and periods of time. Here you have another excerpt or a screenshot from the Delaware Beach Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, which talks about when windows need to be replaced, they should take into consideration the color and reflective qualities of the existing glass. And then again here in the not recommended, it discusses the reflectivity of window glass. So here we have an example of clear glass that has been installed on a structure. You can see the physical qualities of the clear glass here. Also clear glass, this is in Del Ida, I believe, here. And then some more structures here with clear glass. You can see with the blinds or windows down, you can truly see that color of the blinds through the glass. And then we also have clear glass, again, the same kind of effect here where if some sort of shading device inside is there, you can see directly through it. There's no kind of tint covering that. Here we have gray glass on a structure where you can see a little bit clearer now that portions of the blinds are put down that it's got a gray tint to it. And then green glass, which is, you can see it very well on the left one at the top, the reflective quality and just the green against the white color on the structure, contrasted with the clear glass on the right. And then again, the green glass here, the reflective nature of it against the white building color. Some more green glass examples here. They vary, but this one's not as reflective necessarily, but it's the appearance is still green. And then this is green glass on new construction. This is outside of historic district, but just in kind of a series of rows of green glass, you can really see the effect on this modern building here. So here we have the section highlighted that was used to analyze the modification, which is about the distinctive features and finishes on the structure. And then here we have an excerpt from the staff report where we discuss what was approved at the previous meeting that were for white aluminum frame with clear no tint non-reflective glass. At the May 3rd, 2023 meeting, the HPB stated that windows utilized for contributing structures are to be clear as they are exempt from meeting energy code requirements. It was also determined that non-contributing structures can utilize gray-colored windows to assist with meeting the requirements of the energy code. The use of reflective tint/green-colored glass for low-E windows to meet energy calculations was considered inappropriate for use with any structure within a historic district or individually designated properties within the city of Delray Beach. In June of 2023, a permit was submitted for the approved project, and then during review of the permit, windows were installed on the property, as previously mentioned. So here we have from the visual compatibility standards, where we discuss the relationship of materials, textures, and colors in regards to the windows. And then here's an excerpt in regard to the visual compatibility. Again, the approved plans indicated the glass would be clear, non-reflective with no tint. This was to ensure the structures have a style and appearance that is compatible with not only the existing building, but other structures within the district, and also to retain the integrity of the Old School Square Historic District. And here are the findings for the board. That concludes my presentation.
I have a quick rebuttal.
You were sworn in, right?
I was, thank you.
Well, Chair, we need a public comment first.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure. Excuse me.
I was thinking he was speaking as public, as applicant. Mr. Long?
George Long, 46 North Swinton. I don't know anything about tint and reflectivity, but so that's your area, you worry about that. But there's a lot of major improvements going on the property and a lot of expense, taking down the front walls and exposing the old walls, putting the roof on the back building. That really makes a big difference. But considering the overall effects of the remodeling, which is very good, if you can cut some slack, it's all right with me.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none, let's go into the rebuttals.
Sorry about that.
You're speaking as the applicant.
Yes, thank you. My name is Ronnie Kurzman. Yeah, I think that's a good segue, kind of reminding you about the project. We're and came in front of you a while ago. This has gone a year of permitting to get to this point. What we've done is tried to really honor the structure. We've torn off we got a demo permit, piece by piece have peeled back each layer of the house, have exposed have taken off the concrete shingles on the entire house, have, worked to restore the original siding. That's a 100-year-old siding that Roger loves, that we're painstakingly, putting some nail glue in each little hole that we've taken off. We've pledged to put a more original roof on the structure. Sorry. Have really tried to honor the process. We, when ordering these windows, ordered clear, low E glass. That's what we were told to order. There's nothing that I've saw in the code about green, gray, or any other color. On the sticker, when we ordered the ES, it says clear glass. That's what we ordered. So the fact that it's said that it's green is news to me. I've done a lot of reading about.
Is it insulated glass?
Is it insulated? No.
No.
I don't.
No, it's not insulated.
I don't think so.
It's a single pane.
So,
Are there two issues here, the green and the reflectivity, or is it just the reflectivity?
I believe it's the tint that we're speaking about, which is what was concerning staff. But the glass that we ordered is clear low E glass, which is what we
Chair, just to keep things more organized, I know we're asking questions, but it's still rebuttal, and staff hasn't had a chance for rebuttal. So I think we should resolve both of the procedures, and then open it up for the board discussion and the questions if needed.
Any more comments before?
Just one other.
Not comments, rebuttal on staff's testimony only at this point, right?
Right.
Yeah, just one other. I mean, it's two others. The prior glass that is on this structure was a renovation job by the prior owner, and it's like all Home Depot windows. This is not. We're not talking about replacing it from, some historic, window, single pane, beautiful window that I took off and demoed to putting on some sort of, new reflective glass that is, bright, reflective. Okay. That's not the intent.
Let's find out, staff.
Okay.
If you have another thought, let us know.
Yeah, I definitely think the board wants to hear more, but we'll follow. Yeah, at some point they'll probably ask you some questions, Mr. Kurzman. So a couple of things from Mr. Cope's presentation was that it was a couple of windows that have been installed, and it's at least 10. So it's not exactly that. Is that thing working maybe? Is the IT guy still there?
Always scan this section.
So I can't go back and forth in the presentation. Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'll go on with my comment. So it was a total of at least 10 windows that were installed.
Out of
And-
maybe 20, 25?
I'm not sure of the total. I think 25 might be more than even when we're
about
talking
half.
about openings. The other thing is there was testimony about staff saying that they're going to change the way we do our staff reports. There's no change that's being made to our staff reports or the process with how we identify what's proposed on a project. Just remind the board that it was last spring, I think, that the staff brought this to the board and asked for guidance on what does the board want to see, which was clear glass for historic structures that aren't required to meet energy code requirements, and gray for new construction, where energy requirements are required to be met. The other thing is that the applicant has been in for permits since June of 2023, and this was done prior to the issuance of that permit. The request was approved at the March 1st, 2023 board meeting, and the low E specification should be something that the board may want to discuss that the applicant has mentioned. It continues to be specified by architects on plans, and we can discuss more during board discussion, the comments or the questions that you might have about the difference between low E and what is actually proposed here. I think you had some questions of the applicant, and Mr. Kurzman, also the owner, may want to talk about this color and how is it this color? Is it the glass color or the film in between the glass? Thank you.
So if I may, it is both the reflectivity and the color, Michelle?
This particular low E glass, and most of the low E glass that I'm familiar with, is a two-pane piece. It's two pieces of glass, and between the panes is a coating or film that occurs, which is the low E component, and that is what gives the color to the glass, is how we understood it from the different contractors we've spoken with. We've had this discussion at previous board meetings that glass can come with different color, whether it's super clear or a tiny bit of a blue tint or a tiny bit of a green tint. Glass, you know, glassware in your house, think of.
I think we're ready to go to board comments.
Yes, sir.
Right? I think we have two experts up here, evidently. Peter, Ivan?
Well, I don't propose to be an expert on glass, but I have worked in that industry for a period of my career. The low E coating, from my experience, does impart color. It's usually on the number 2 surface of the glazing. Was this specified to be low E glass?
I believe the architect had low E clear glass on their plans.
Right. So, from my experience, if it's low E, you're not going to get a pure clear glass. You're just not going to have that look. If you want clear glass, it can't have a coating, or you're not going to have clear glass. That's based on my experience. And I have some first-hand experience with the wrong glass on a project in Miami, where typically for retail, low E is omitted because during the day in sunlight, you can't see into the space for retail. It'll protect all your retail wares, but it doesn't provide good visual clarity sometimes for retail. So I think I don't have anything else.
Reflectivity?
Well, that's the issue here really is reflectivity. If it was specified as low E, you're going to have a little color. That's what I think.
Ivan?
Yeah, I agree with Peter's comments. So aside, and maybe it's a discussion later on, how do we prevent this from happening again? So maybe we could talk about that later.
Yeah, I think that's...
You know, but yeah, everything you said is the way I see it. So it's a decision we have to make whether we're going to allow this in particular, in this case. And
okay. John Brewer?
A lot of this seems like outside of my pay grade. Listening to the two experts, though, or relative experience with this, seems like there's a lack of clarity, and I am sympathetic to the amount of work and the considerable expense that's been put into this project. It's a great project. It's a great house. It's in a prominent location. The one thing I saw was that those standards that are set are recommendations. They are not, they're not mandatory. I kind of agree with what's being said. If potentially we can give an exception here and then make some clarity going forward so that this doesn't happen again. You know, when a private citizen takes on a project like this, that's going to keep so much character going. I think we have to weigh that in the balance.
I respectfully disagree, and I'll tell you why. You guys came before the board, and we specified, you know, the low E glass. I know from firsthand experience, having been before the board in my own project in a historic district, it's specified for a reason, and I'm just wondering, I'm just curious if you guys installed the windows and then there was a discussion, like how did that play out? You ordered the glass?
So we were in front of y'all, and in our specifications on ordering this stuff, the specifications was clear, low E. I have emails confirming with staff saying I'm ordering clear low E glass. There's no, I don't necessarily understand what the difference is as to what I ordered versus what the specification that we provided on the certificate of appropriateness was.
If I may, I think the difference is the color, the green.
There's the color is a perceptive color that doesn't exist in reality.
Well,
color, but there's got to be.
I will say
I
when
I have the staff sit here and laugh, but
I'm not looking at the staff.
Well,
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you.
I appreciate that.
All I'm saying is that I know whenever you're going before the board and whenever we've given you guys recommendations based on LDRs, not on our personal views on the historic districts have a certain, you know, if we make an exception for this job because you guys ordered this and it's showing green here.
It's showing green in their picture. You know,
that's when you drive by. That's what it's when you drive by another house. Will you show the other examples of the clear versus the green? Go ahead. Roger, do you have something?
Yeah, do you mind? So I think what Peter said was correct. Okay, you can't have clear glass when it's low E.
Right.
So I think that's where the
disconnect
error or the
is.
discrepancy or the gap occurred. Right. Once you say low E, you're introducing color.
Right. That's what
I was told.
So clear is clear is clear.
That's what I was told.
Right.
And that's what has to go forward.
So
from
I've been practicing architecture in Delray Beach for 38 years.
Okay.
For 38 years, it's been beaten into me that unless I say clear low E glass on my window schedule, it will not get approved. So that is the default for historic preservation projects. Now, if that needs to change moving forward, I'll be the first one to make the change. But we did what we were asked to do.
Can low E glass come in at different colors, with different colors, blue, green,
Yes.
gray?
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't specify and they just sent you a color, wouldn't that be incorrect?
Clear. We have clear low E glass.
But it's
But
a
this
green
isn't
tint.
clear.
It's a green
That's
tint.
my.
Sure says that on the label.
But
it's not showing clear when you install it.
because low E is low emission glass to provide low emissions of the heat transfer. You have to have some sort of tint.
Yes.
So you can have a pane of clear glass, like Michelle said, sandwiched, right, with a low E coating, and that introduces, like Peter said, some sort of color.
But
you're gonna get color.
I will tell you on historic structures, my own house,
Right.
it's clear. My house, which is in a historic
Is it low E?
district,
You probably don't have low E.
You don't have low E glass.
but it's clear.
With two different subjects.
Yeah.
So that's where we need to have board discussion, because we need to look at exactly what you guys were asked to order so that we can understand.
We weren't asked to order, we were made to order. It's a mandatory.
Okay, I'd like to hear
Yeah, I
John's
think there's
opinion.
some contradictory
Statement.
language definitions going on here. So clear is, there's a lot of definitions of clear. I can see through that, it's clear. However, there is a tint to it. So I'm more disappointed than angry about this because it's supposed to be clear. My concern also is the intent. Was it intended to be this from the beginning and we were misled? And I don't believe that's the case.
100% no.
And I don't
No
believe
need to
so.
say another word.
So intent to me means a lot. So if somebody comes in here and says they're going to do one thing and purposefully does another, I got a big problem with that. If this was an honest accident, which theoretically they could be sent back, potentially, but to me, low E means, like everybody said, there is some type of tint or shading or reflectivity. So I appreciate everything that has gone on with this property. I'm willing to chalk this up as an honest accident and willing to support it. However, I am concerned on what precedent that is going to set going forward for somebody maybe who is not as forthcoming.
I think William will tell us that, at least in theory, these decisions are not supposed to be a precedent. In practice,
Well, I actually
So
have,
every application stands on its own. Every application will be different.
And I hear you there, but
Right.
that's in practice, that's not the way it works.
I have
because-
something to add that will help in the precedent discussion, if I may, not to hijack the attorney, but to add to his answer should he need it. If you look on the slide on the screen, the bottom right-hand corner, this is an excerpt directly from the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines for the city. When new windows are required, their replacement with the original material is always most desirable. However, the Historic Preservation Board will consider other materials or cladding on a case-by-case basis, provided that the new windows match the originals in their profile configuration and any other character-defining feature. So there is a case-by-case section that allows some latitude. Not that I would agree with Mr. Brewer that the recommendations are just recommendations, guidelines per se, but I understand where he's going with that thought. So there is something there, regardless of the fact that this applicant installed windows before we had a chance to review the permit and help guide them. And that happens, and we're working very hard to communicate to the applicants to help them along. We do not require low E. I disagree with Mr. Cope saying that he can't have windows without it being low E. We require clear. So I think that moving forward, the lesson to learn here is any plan that comes to the board cannot specify low E for historic structures. So it's a bit of a tweak on our May discussion, which occurred after Mr. Kurzman was at the board. He came in March. The board discussed windows and gave us direction in May. So there are some circumstances that have occurred. He is doing a substantial improvement. And while I'm disappointed to see that the windows are green and have owners calling me, asking me, you made us too clear, why is he getting green? This has been a phone call. I've been stopped on the road at a stoplight by a resident asking that. This is not an issue of perception. This is something that's very clearly recognizable. You can see clear in the bottom right-hand corner and green in the upper. But if you're looking at the lower image,
Those are the exact same windows.
Chair, if I can interject, we have a lengthy agenda,
Yeah,
and this is
yeah.
supposed to be board
Yeah.
discussion, and the staff and applicant should really only be addressing questions that the board has presented to them. I think for efficiency in this agenda, we should we should really keep that in mind as we're doing board discussion.
It's true.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. My thinking is, if I was in this scenario, you ordered clear glass, but then you got a green tint. I feel like the manufacturer just gave a tint that they wanted, and I almost feel like these could be switched out to maintain a historic house's integrity. Are there any other houses with a green tint in this neighborhood?
So as we showed some photographs, this has been a proliferation that has occurred, which is why we brought this to the board in May, right? This is Delida Park, another historic district, a renovation, they got clear glass. This is the same district on Swinton. I went out, walked up to the windows. This is clear glass.
But not low E.
Not low E, not the green color to the glass, not the reflectivity. This is an older renovation, the BSA office, it's clear. This is the Historical Society, old windows, they are already clear. Non-contributor with gray, that's what's allowed. This is a non-contributor in Delida Park. This is the lot that was split, and Mark Julian moved the house over and built a new house. The new house is on the left, that got green. The old house got
Michelle,
clear.
if I may.
His question was, is there
Yeah.
other green? So I'm giving you a number of, and I have a file folder filled with this, a proliferation of green occurring on structures, historic and non-historic. So I'm asking, and not that this is Mr. Kurzman's responsibility, but if you're going to make a decision, we need direction.
It seems that actual direction we need to do at another time.
Correct.
Right.
That would be, at a minimum, board comment tonight, depending on what time we get there in the agenda.
Yes.
Yeah.
One quick clarification. Windows get ordered after the permit gets approved, right?
They're supposed to.
Okay.
These windows were ordered before the permit.
They were
was-
installed before the permit was issued, before we even reviewed the permit.
Could we have the applicant address that? Roger?
Gladly. We'll address
I
that.
don't want to extend this any longer than we have to.
Yeah, we should end this really quickly.
Yeah, I know.
And while Ron addresses that, I'm going to jump in and tell and correct testimony that was made a few minutes ago. The three windows that are on the structure right there on the left-hand portion of the structure, every one of those windows is the exact same unit. So the two windows above that seem to be reflective are exactly the same unit as the one in the bottom right that doesn't. So
I agree.
so don't, I thought I heard that the
bottom-
one on the bottom was the one with the clear glass.
No.
And
No.
the ones in the top
No.
were
Not
the
what I
reflective.
meant.
Okay.
Guys, please, I'm sorry, Chair, I don't mean to
Go ahead.
step, but we really need to keep this organized in a way, please.
The question I think at hand is, were these installed prematurely?
We had permit, we went through the permit process. We don't need to check with staff before ordering windows. We ordered the windows based upon staff's approval of the certificate of appropriateness, saying order clear low E glass. It takes 6-8 weeks to order windows, so we ordered the windows. We got approval from the board immediately on, or pretty quickly. The staff was great at approving the historic aspects of what our renovation was going to be. It took forever for other disciplines to approve plumbing and other stuff. We ordered the windows and doors months before because staff had already given the thumbs up on the plans that Roger and the window plans that Roger had submitted to them.
I got it. Michelle, you're
I just want
Just-
to, I don't want to keep going back and forth, but Kristen, Ms. Finn, you made a point. This is important. It's an agenda item. Yes, it's a heavy agenda. But there is testimony going back and forth. I don't want to continue to rebut during board comment. The permit was submitted in June. Historic is a stop on the list of reviewers for the permit. So there is a check-in that happens where we review the permit against the approved set of plans. The fact is, they still would have said low E. So the property owner ordered something that was specified and it came green. So that's understood, and remember, his request went to the board before the board gave direction on what to do for historic structures. So I don't want to disagree or argue with the applicant. As far as how long the permitting process takes, I'm not going to pull it open and go through, but I'm kind of tired of people taking a whack at our department when there are reasons why a permit takes time, such as comments
I said
and
the opposite.
responses.
I said staff was great. and
wait,
staff
wait.
gave us-
I'm not going back and forth with
Let's
the
not do that.
applicant,
Let's not do
plumbing
that.
and mechanical
I think
and all those
it's
things.
before the board. I think there's,
I can't return these windows, by the way. This is not a situation where these are going back. It's going to affect the project. It's going to, this is not a situation where a commercial builder going to have
I
this
think
be an
we
issue.
understand the situation. I'm gonna propose a motion, and we're gonna let it fall where it falls. That's why we vote, and that's why we have a board. So I would like to move, Mr. Chair, we approve the certificate of appropriateness 2024-043 for the property located at 202 North Swinton Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request and approval thereof is consistent with the comprehensive plan and meets the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm going to say that, again, there's checks and balances, and that's why I asked the question about permit. But the truth of the matter is, there wasn't clarity and direction that was given.
Was not.
Was not, right? We said clear, low E, and that's a contradiction.
That's a contradiction.
So given that the fact, I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to approve it. But going forward, I think we have clear direction, and we should proceed with the clear direction going forward.
What I didn't get clear direction was why the windows were installed before the permit was, and now we can't get the answer, but that is also a question of,
Yes.
right?
Kristen, you're the most.
I think we're ready to call them.
Well, yeah, so generally, if there's a motion and a second, if they want to amend that for second with discussion, you want to continue board discussion or have
Okay.
additional questions, you can. If not,
Call the roll.
Yeah.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
John Miller,
No.
Kristen Finn,
No.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
And we will bring this back for discussion, right?
Yeah,
In terms of clarity. Yeah.
I know what we're supposed to do.
We have to enter that in the file.
No, please take it.
Michelle, did you?
I photographed
You got
it.
okay. Did you
Yeah.
get a clear picture of the tag? Because I know that was specifically referenced.
I did not.
Okay.
Would it be okay if I took a picture of
Yeah,
the
Mr. Kurzman,
tag?
if you let her just get a clear picture of the label. since
Mr.
that
Chair,
was
I'll
referenced.
I'll submit it. into the file.
Oh, no, Michelle,
Here
Mr.
it is.
Cope actually has a printout.
Yeah, we have, all right.
Yeah, if you'll give the clerk a copy, Mr. Cope, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
All right.
Okay. So our next group of items on the agenda are the downtown Delray Villas, also known as Magnolia Place project. So what's on the agenda is 5 COAs and 1 plat application. What we're asking the board is that the applicant and staff can do a cohesive presentation, since each lot really is part of overall project in a sense. It's not a master plan. They are still 5 separate requests. So what I'm going to do, if the board is okay with that, is enter all of the project files into the record so that the applicant can come up and present and move through the entirety of the request.
Does that include the plat?
It will. And once we move through the discussion of each, our presentation will be much the same, but we're going to address lot by lot. And then when you're done through discussion and all of the process, you'll do motions for each. So if the board is okay with that.
Any objection? No?
Yeah, well, let's also make sure the applicant is in agreement with that procedure. If one of the applicant's representatives could say that into the microphone, that would be fantastic.
Yes, we agree with Jeff Costello, J.C. Plains. Yes, we agree.
And board, just to make everything clear, I will request that the board is going to do individual board public comments and board discussion for each item, and then separate motions for each item. So staff and the applicant can present a cohesive, solid application that will be entered into evidence to every file for each application. But the board will need to do individual discussions because each application, although substantially similar, have differences and are unique. Okay.
Okay, so the files that I'm going to enter into the record. Number 1 is for Downtown Delray Villas Lot 1, aka Magnolia Place, aka 19 Southeast 2nd Street, file number 2023-134, COA, demolition, variances, and waiver. The next is Downtown Delray Villas Lot 2, aka Magnolia Place, aka 148 Southeast 1st Avenue, file number 2023-136. COA, demolition, variances, and waiver. Downtown Delray Villas Lot 3, aka Magnolia Place Southeast 1st Avenue, no number associated with this property. File number 2023-133, COA, demolition, variances, and waiver. Downtown Delray Villas Lot 4, aka Magnolia Place, aka 134 Southeast 1st Avenue, file number 2023-132, COA, variances, and waiver. Downtown Delray Villas Lot 5, aka Magnolia Place, aka 130 Southeast 1st Avenue, file number 2023-135, COA, demolition, variances, and waiver. And then finally, Downtown Delray Villas / Magnolia Place, plat, 2023-139. This is plat, major subdivision, and waivers. Those are our files. And then we're going to help the applicant get their presentation queued up, provided I can minimize, which
And
I cannot.
Chair, if any board member has ex parte, if it's on all files, if they'll just recognize that, or if it's on a specific one of these files, provide that as well.
Peter?
Excuse me.
No, ex parte.
Ex parte?
No.
Oh, and Mr. Iliopoulos needs to be sworn in.
Yes.
None for me.
And also Tyler.
And Mr. Ledowny, please stand to get sworn in.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand by the authority vested in me in the knowledge of the state of Florida. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah, we do ex parte.
Yeah.
Okay. Peter?
No ex parte, although I do know Gary.
None.
None.
No verbal communication. I did receive 2 emails or 2 memos tonight, one from Jaime Mayo and one from Claudia Willis.
I did receive a voicemail. I didn't actually speak with anyone. And I received the memos via email from Claudia Willis and Jaime.
Yeah, I think we all received Claudia's, right? We should all know that.
That's right, Claudia and Jaime's email, that's right.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, same ones, and I received a phone call from Commissioner Long today asking me if I had any questions. I said I didn't really have any questions. So.
Mr. Chair, board members, for the record, my name is Gary Leopoulos. I'm with GE Architecture. Our address is 1045 East Atlantic Avenue. Also here tonight with me is Jeff Costello. We have our owner, Mr. Tom Ladowney, and we also have Chris Bernardo, our attorney. We're excited about this, and that is the southeast corner of this district that we're in. The last rendering that was there is actually at the north side. Basically what we've got here is a map, and it's talking about the various zonings that we're dealing with. I think it's important that we talk about, we know we're in the historic district, but what's important is that we're actually in the actual edge of the district. I believe Claudia Willis talks about, we're comparing to architecture or structures that are not in the district. It's important to understand when you're abutting something like the CBD. In which we are. And as you go north, one of the projects you're going to be, I guess tonight will be the Sunday Village. That block 70 is also in our same block, but also has a unique zoning in that it is CBD overlay with OSHAD. And you'll see how they've been working on theirs as they present their project. But I think it's important because when you look at a project that has what we call high density, and then you start talking the district, it's appropriate to taper it down. And we believe our project is doing that. One of the other things we believe about our project is that it actually does have a lot of positive points that need to be highlighted tonight so that you see that this is not just about 5 structures. It's actually about 5 unique structures that we believe fit within the character of the district. I've already talked about technically where we are. Now you can obviously see on the east side you have a wall of buildings. These buildings fluctuate anywhere from 48 to 60 feet depending on, elevators and or stair towers. We've highlighted our proposed site. To the north is that section of block 70. That building does have a 4-story element in the CBD overlay, and then in OSHAD it tapers down. Here are some of the buildings that are on the property. All the buildings, which are 3 of them, are slated to be torn down. This is 19 Southeast 2nd Street. This is actually facing south. It is a 4-plex. Got another structure right here, 148 Southeast 1st Avenue in the middle. And then up at the top here, this was actually a unit. It's 132 and 130 Southeast 1st Avenue. It actually was a garage attached to a structure, and they converted it into 2 units somewhere over the past years. We're going to go slowly around the property. Again, this is basically just trying to highlight what is abutting our property and how we are working around the different elements of all the buildings that we surround. I'm not sure about this blue icon up there, staff.
Should be able to click the X.
Here, maybe I can do it with the mouse. Okay, you got it? Perfect. Thank you. This is an actual 4-plex that is right next to our property on the north side. This is one that this board or members of this board have reviewed in the past. It's the architectural firm that is taking over the building just to the west of us. So separating us with them is the alley. This is actually a multifamily structure that's abutting us. This is probably, I think when somebody hears about a duplex, this is probably what normally comes to mind. It is a typical unit that is basically has one in the front, one in the back. You park in the front and you have to go by the first one to get to the back one. We feel that ours is a little different and steps its game up. This is a contributing structure. It is a residential, single family. Then this is probably the last one that technically abuts our property across the alley. This is a commercial parcel, and you do have parking along the alley. Another residential contributing structure. And then the last unit, which is another duplex non-contributing. And then as we discussed, this will be, I think what you'll be seeing tonight is block 70. Again, you can see where they are higher in the CBD district, and then it tapers down the rear when it gets to the OSHAD. Okay, so one of the things that we're doing, I think it's important to understand what this project is presenting tonight. We're taking what you typically see as an alley, and we're changing it truly into the frontage of streets. As opposed to alleys that normally you're seeing the garbage trucks going down, picking up the trash and everything, you're going to see that we are definitely improving this. What you are seeing on the west of us was that, I said, the architect's office. think originally it was around 1,500 square feet. Now it's 4,400. The multifamily just to the north of it is approximately 6,000 square feet. Next to that is a duplex. I actually think it's a triplex, but it's approximately 3,000 square feet. And then you start getting to the more, how should I say, contributing structures, this being a residential structure. Then you get to the commercial component. You can see on the left-hand side how that is abutting the corner of our property, and then the resident to the north of that, which is not abutting our property. Okay, so again, we started with this site plan. We've gone through a lot of changes with staff. One of the things is that we started taking was the alley. So the alley, we wanted to expand on it as staff requested us to do. So what you start to see is we went to 17.6. One of the things that happens is on the south end of this alley, when we're abutting the actual architect's office, it's a 20-foot alley. The other thing that we did is that we provided another 2 additional feet, but then we also provided a sidewalk on the alley. This sidewalk is being designed for the fire department. Should the fire department have to go down there, they will be able to drive up onto that sidewalk if they need to get their trucks off of the alley in order for a car to go by. We're also going to have street lighting all along that alley. You can see where the setbacks are from the actual building. This land kind of tapers from the south up. So we're at 18.6 along the rear of these units. And then when you get to the top, we come out to 20'7". Setback is 10 feet. I point that out because duplexes are not required to have guest parking. All these units do have 2-car garages, but you actually can park behind here because we are providing literally a parallel spot that if you had to pull up into this driveway, you could park. The units all along the front, this being Southeast First Avenue, you can see do meet all the setback requirements. They vary a little bit, but the basic is 25 plus where we have the clearance there. Again, these are 2-story structures. One of the things that came out during the review process was that, I'm going to try and show it right here, is that the fire department wanted to have access to the rear of these units, so we do have walkways that you're going to see on the blow-ups that we provided for all these units, so that if the fire department came down First Avenue, they actually can get to the back unit on the side of these. The south unit, they did not need the access because they had 3 sides to get to. All right, so here's a blow-up of the plan. These units are all approximately 2,400 square feet. What we're trying to do is, and again, it's called like an adaptive reuse of not only the property, but it's meeting what we feel are the residents of this area's demands. These garages are actually good-sized garages. They're 22 by 23 feet. We're not skimping out on this. We're not trying to present a project that we feel is not appropriate for this area. We have balconies and porches all the way around these. We are proposing splash pools, which you will be hearing about the requested relief from those. These are all 3-bedroom, 3.5 bathroom units. Again, trying to give a variety of options for our people when they're living here. They're in the downtown area, close proximity of walking, but we also want them to have that feeling of a residential unit and a single-family structure. As we move up, as far as lots 2 through 5, there's where on the north side of this unit you are seeing the access that we have provided for the fire department. That is an easement. Again, all these units are very similar in what we're proposing as far as the amenities. When you see on the other side, the west side, that's where you're seeing not only the widening of the alley, but also the sidewalks. And again, we're going to have lanterns all up and down that street to give it the feel of an entry to the front of a house. Again, I'll go through these a little quick because they're basically all the similar, just showing different variations of porches, covered areas, and pools. Right now I'm going to turn this over to Jeff. He's going to walk through. You're going to find out that a bulk of our relief is about the pools. I think it's important, when you're looking at pool has setbacks for certain reasons. The bulk of the reasons being when you're abutting somebody's property, you're usually 10 feet off because you want to relieve them of any kind of noise, things like that. One of the things that we've designed is every single one of our pools are actually alternate from the previous or the unit to the north, so they're never abutting the actual neighbor to the north, except when you get to lot 5, it is abutting that fourplex. The fourplex has a very large pool abutting our property, and yet we have a small splash pool that would fit a few people. So we don't think that's an issue which is going to cause any kind of stress to the neighbors that we're abutting. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. In going through this, the waiver requests, so as you can see on the screen, there's the front pool setback that we're requesting a reduction. These all relate to section 4615G of the LDRs, where on the side and rear is supposed to have a 10-foot setback, and then in the front has to comply with the building setback requirement, which is 25. So towards the front, you see this is at the intersection of First Avenue and Second Street. The reduction that we're requesting is approximately 10 feet to the front. And then on the side, it's a little bit less with regard to 6.5 feet on both the front and the rear. And then also another variance is before you relates to the lot coverage requirement. Requirement is 40%. We are requesting a variance to increase that. And as Gary stated, these units are different in the fact that we wanted to establish that transition from the higher density, higher intensity buildings east of First Avenue and transition to the historic structures along Swinton and keep these at 2 stories. We could have went 3, but wanted to keep them at 2. Again, this is to the north at lots 2 through 5. Basically, these are the same reduction on the front setback to 10 feet. The side interior, this one, in this case, it's about a little 8 feet, a little over 8 feet, and then the rear is 5 feet. And then again, in these lots here, 2 through 5, the lot coverage is greater at 45.5%. Again, it is providing that with regard to the footprint, we increased the first floor level. There are a lot of porches and terraces, as Gary explained. It's just going through these in more detail, so you just pointing them out on the variances for each lot. So that's lot. We did 1, 2, and 4, and 3 and 5. So with regard to the findings that need to be made, the board has alternative criteria with regard to section 2411A, 6A through E, as indicated on your screen. With regard to A, the variance will not be contrary to the public interest, safety, or welfare. The pool is a ground level improvement. There's no visual impact and will not affect the historic district or character of the district, and that it'll all be maintained. With regard to B, again, variance provides a design flexibility to provide quality housing, a quality product, and the desired amenities. This portion of OSAD has had a blighting influence on the area, and so with regard to this, we're looking at some flexibility with regard to the requirements. These properties are experiencing development pressures. There were probably a rezoning application was submitted for these properties in the past. Our client wanted to stick with the OSHAD regulations, more consistent with the area, with the OSAD district, but to provide some flexibility with regard to these variance requests. C, the variance is supportable. Again, this is a ground level improvement and no visual impact on with regard to the neighbors. And that's same for D. Again, will not diminish the historic character of the district. And with regard to E, it will allow the redevelopment of properties that have been neglected again for many years and underutilized. The redevelopment does provide much needed housing in the downtown area, which has always been a goal of the city. And this is a perfect transition, again, from the high density to the lower density to the west and the historic structures along Swinton. With regard to lot coverage, Lot 1, 41.3%. Lots 2 through 5, 45.5%. That relief, again, as you saw, as Gary went through it, the building footprint, it's a greater than you may have. You've got 550 square foot garages, which is unusual, and then plenty of open porches and terraces. Again, with regard to the required findings, we feel that the positive findings can be made with regard to 2411A, 6A through E. The variance, will not be contrary to the public interest. It accommodates 2-story duplexes rather than 3. And these provide a compatible and harmonious transition between the historically significant structures on Swinton and the 3- and 5-story condos on Southeast First Avenue. The variance provides, again, the flexibility to provide a quality housing development in the downtown core. You have the backup before you, again, on the screen, the development pressures that have been experienced here. The lot coverage, again, in this historic mixed-use designation, the FAR is 1. We're less than the floor area ratio that is allowed at 0.76. The open space, we've provided more than 25% open space on each of the lots. Again, we're dealing with 2-story structures and maintaining the historic character of the district. And with that, I'm going to turn it over. Again, this does allow, again, as Gary mentioned, appropriate redevelopment and adaptive reuse of a property in the Old School Square district. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gary to go through visual compatibility and the elevations that are before you this evening. Again, when we did present to staff, we went through several changes when we looked at the elevations. This was one of the original elevations that were proposed. Staff pointed out that they felt that the railings were inappropriate for the district. They had some concerns with the front door. We were doing French doors. They wanted to signal that this would be the front entry. They also wanted to look at our garage doors and see about having more detail. Their concern, and they have stated in their presentation, they were in staff's report, about the massing. And so one of the things that we did do is all our roofs were proposed to be 6 and 12. We now alternate them. We have 4 and 12 and 5 and 12 on the proposed structures, this being lot 1. We intensified the details on the garage doors by putting TNG, actually what we've been calling out is boral material, which staff had some comments about that we will address. We changed the front doors, we changed the railings, and again, we changed the pitches of the roof. Similar, when you start going to lots 2 and 4, it was all the same items that kind of were highlighted again: railings, front entry, garage doors, and roof pitches. As you see here, we went with more of a straight picket design for the railings. We changed the front entry door with lower panels that are solid so that it actually shows that it's different from the French doors. And we added more materials for our garage doors to give more detail. You can also see on the right-hand side over here, this was also another change. This is actually that easement that we created so that the fire department can go down there and they can access the rear unit. Again, lots 3 and 5, also the same thing, where we changed all the following elements that were highlighted before, and they're showing the results of what the changes occurred to. This is one that I believe I did see some of Claudia Willis's comments. The building height plane. We are asking for relief. What's interesting enough about this, and Jeff kind of hit upon it about, we can go higher with these structures. Yes, if you were out of the building height plane, you'd go into the back and you'd go 3 stories. We obviously don't think that's appropriate going onto the alley facing the abutting properties. When you start looking at what we have here, you're seeing that we are 30-something feet off the property. When it actually projects into the building height plane, you're looking at approximately, in this case, 7 feet that it does go in. But when it goes back further, it does go up to the 18-foot mark. The others are a little bit smaller as far as 2 to 4 units, as far as unit 2 through 4. As far as those guys are shifted even further back, you're seeing they're 37 feet back before the building height plane. Staff does talk about the massing, saying that they do feel that our attempts with all these porches, terraces, and balconies do help with pushing the buildings back. This is lots 3 and 5. You can see it's very similar to 2 and 4 with regards to the projection going into it. Again, we meet the setbacks. So when you start looking at the building height plane, it's important to understand the streetscape, how it's affecting that, and what you do have actually throughout the districts. So talking about some of the visual compatibility, we talk about, right here you have up on the right-hand corner, you're talking about frame structures. We have a lot of similar elements that we're talking about with regards to covered porches. We have gable ends. We have the lap siding, things that you would typically be seeing within the district. You start talking about Sunday Village. This is obviously a Queen Anne structure. Now, their structures are a little different. They do have the steeper roofs, but as I already said with staff, we actually lowered our roofs, but the materials are similar. Now, we are showing metal roofs. I do not believe The Queen Anne would have had metal roofs. I actually believe Tom Morell in the early 90s got that approved by the board, but that was obviously a discussion that they had on would that be allowed. This one's interesting. This one's called Foursquare. Foursquare is a style of, actually American Foursquare is a style of architecture. This is on Swinton. That basically, it was very popular in the urban areas, and they actually would be grouped together. They are square. They are designed to have the interior spaces that are larger with more natural light. They do have the covered porches. They got dormers. They got large windows. They got shutters. But they're all similar elements that we are proposing for our project. When you're dealing with the Mediterranean style does cross over, believe it or not, to the styles that we're presenting, and the fact that they do have gable ends. They usually have round or square vents in the gable ends. We do have the vents. They also have what you call the sculptured tails. This is the rafter tails underneath the roof overhangs, which we have throughout the projects. Here, another vernacular of the framing structures. This one's on the corner of, I believe, First and Old School Square. You're talking about the double porches. You're talking about wood posts. You're talking about, and that's going to come up too, because I believe Claudia Willis talks about materials. Staff talks about materials. I will hit upon that. But again, we have all the elements that we're labeling there that actually blend in with this district. We are not trying to confuse anybody. We are not trying to say that these buildings are historic and they're going to fake out the public. We actually realize we don't want to do that. I don't want to take away from the character of a historic structure. I think these do need to stand separately, and I don't think it should blend so much that you wonder when this was built. When you start looking at the Monterey style, you heard it earlier tonight. I actually did save the one that was on the ocean. It was slated for demolition, so I'm proud of that one that they got to see tonight. This one actually was moved here in, I believe, the early 90s. It's the CRA. It was up in West Palm. Great example of the Monterey style. They are very symmetrical with their lines and everything. The big signature feature they typically have a porch overhanging, cantilevering out. But when you see the structures we're proposing, they are very symmetrical. Everything lines up. And we feel that's in keeping with the style. And then, of course, this one, which is a great example of, the deep overhangs, wraparound porches, again, steep roofs. Again, we are offering all these with the proposed designs that we bring to you tonight. Okay, so we went out there and we wanted to look at two-story historic structures within the district. What we did was with following. We went to the property appraisers. We got where they are off of the front setbacks. Then we took lasers. We shot up to the buildings, and we tried to project what we feel would be the building height plane. My point being is this. When we start talking about front setbacks and you start looking at the examples I'm going to show you, pretty much all of them are closer than 25 feet. The fact is, it's not a bad feeling when you're walking down the street. So what we're proposing, we do not believe is going to cause anybody hardship with oversized massing or anything, because we think we're going to be more compatible than actual historic structures. Now, what we also did was on most of these structures, we took a conservative approach. Most of the time, these buildings are only 8-foot high ground and second floor structures, and the structure in between for the floor is a foot. So we went with those, kept those tight, because the fact is that would actually bring the structure down and less out of the building plane. Here's another one. Now this one is actually set back further. It is on Swinton, but still, even then, and I must say this one's a good example of a structure that actually can have a majority of it one story. But the point is being there is a portion there that does exceed it, and it is definitely a tasteful style of architecture and everything, but again, it would have asked for relief technically. This is that Monterey one that we just looked at for the CRA, again projecting into the building height plane. And another Mediterranean one that we have. As far as the proximity of these, I think when you walk down Bankers Row, they're gorgeous homes. They are large for the lots, but they fit the character of Delray Beach. I think it's important to understand, I know that you guys have been reviewing a survey. When you start looking at the survey of Delray Beach, Delray's had a lot of history. The districts will have history too as you go through them. If you go through the early periods when you talk about Bankers Row, you're talking about the money was there, whether this is during pre-Depression area, but they built large homes. Then all of a sudden you go to Depression, you talk about a different style. You talk about post-World War II, you're talking about a nondescript style. We're in a district or a portion of the district where there are no buildings. It's mostly vacant lot. and this is what we feel is appropriate for this time. Here's an example of a structure that is literally 13 feet off of the property line. Another great example of a building on Bankers Road, but again, it is projected into the building plane. One of the things we talked about earlier, Jeff mentioned, I think it's important to understand when you talk about the mean building height. So here's what we have. We have our building finished floor is 18 inches above the crown of the road. That's where we start. We measure up. All of our buildings are approximately 10 feet below the mean building height, which we are well below it. This is if we were to take this building and shift our square footage to the back and go 3 stories. We technically would be out of the building plane, but it would be on the back side of the alley, being closer to the 1-story structures, which we didn't think were appropriate. Now, one of the things that staff talks about is materials. I think this is important, and I'm gonna give you some examples here. One is, I think actually, Claudia Willis used something of the fact of the use of authentic materials guarantees the longevity and the authenticity of the district. True on a historic structure. The fact is, folks, we're in South Florida, and until we start realizing that the materials that we've been using on structures do not hold up down here in Florida, and that being wood. We are literally floating on water. We have termites, subterranean, all year round. You go up north to New England, they got a period of 2 months. Then they go dormant because it's frozen. It's important to understand the materials that we're talking about. So I took a picture today. This is a house I'm going to submit as an exhibit. It's 601 North Swinton. It's in the Delida Park area. Okay? I believe, and Michelle can correct me, I believe it was built in 2019. What I want you to do is look at the base of the columns on the second floor of this porch. It's sad to say, and I hope this isn't their house, but it's sad to say that the wood is already rotted. Understand, when I spec out something like AZAC or Boral, I'm speccing in areas where it's going to get exposed to the water, exposed to the weather, and it's going to rot. Otherwise, you're not going to be happy. So, Jake, if you can bring up some samples. I just want to show you guys, and I'm going to pass around a couple samples of, and I think Pete, because of construction and everything, architects, you're going to know what we're talking about. But the fact is this. When I hold up materials like this, and you're seeing it from the street, you're going to have to tell me which one's wood and which one's not. It's very difficult. I'm going to pass it around and you'll still see it's the same thing. This is not wood, this is Boral. Now you can get a different treatment on it if you want, or you can go smooth. This is wood. Okay, my point is this is going to last. You want about the longevity of a structure, you want these things. You don't want to see what's in that picture right there. We have other samples where we did T&G.
Gary, are we worried about time here?
I don't know. I got 5 buildings. I'm going to wrap it up, so I think we're okay. That's how I'm doing the math. I
was doing it the other way.
Okay, well, I'll move on. My point is this. I believe the materials that we are calling out are appropriate. I believe when we call out wood columns and wood brackets, they're protected, they're lasting. I'm not worried about our residents having to constantly protect these, because that example right there is sad when you're talking about a few years of wood being exposed. Anyway, I'll move on quickly here. Again, this is block 70. The issue that I'm showing as far as when you look at the north portion of our building, they are allowed by code to go right up to the curbs. They have covered arcades. What happens is again, you're talking about the streetscape. When you're looking at the streetscape, we're set back. When you start talking about going down, all the buildings across the street from us are 5 feet off. When Claudia talks about an island, in that the historic district is an island, guess what? When we don't do our project, the people down the west of us looks across the street and they see a tsunami. Okay, these are tall buildings coming at you, and guess what? Our building is the perfect building to transition into the neighborhood. That concludes my presentation. I'm going to turn it now over to Jeff. I'm going to take my samples. They didn't like them.
They were
Thank
great.
you, Gary. We'll be wrapping up here real quick.
Okay, Jeff.
So with regard to the visual compatibility, this is a waiver. The findings, positive findings can be made with regard to LDR section 2411B5. They're right there on your screen. Won't adversely affect the neighboring area. Will not significantly provision of public facilities. Will not create an unsafe situation, and does not result in a grant of a special privilege, in that the same waiver could not be granted under similar circumstance for other With regard to that also, again, these are two-story, provision only relates to the two-story front elevation that'll face the 3 and 5-story condominiums. No impact on any historically significant structures. Actually, this is better, and as Gary explained with regard to the transition to the historic structures on Swinton Avenue. The approved and proposed OSHAD development to the north have development regulations that are much more flexible. They allow building height of 54 feet, minimal setbacks of 10 feet, no lot coverage, no open space requirements. Again, these are two-story duplexes providing that harmonious transition. Again, a lot of open area, the terraces and porches, and again, the roof pitches were changed to 412 and 5 and 12. With regard to the plat, we'll get through these real quick. All right, so it involves the replat of the existing 6.5 platted lots. They're primarily 50 feet in width, and the half is a 25-foot wall lot. These were originally platted in 1915. The OSHAD lot dimension requirements are indicated on your screen. We're requesting relief to the minimum lot width and minimum lot frontage requirement from 80 feet. For the lot 1, it will be 65.82 feet, and then for lots 2 through 5, 64.8. Just to note, the square footage, we exceed the minimum 8,000 square feet requirement, and then we also exceed the lot depth requirement. With regard to, in addition to the waivers, again, we are providing the 2.5-foot dedication along the alley, also the 5-foot combination 5-foot sidewalk and utility easement along the alley, as well as along First Avenue. And they're also providing the emergency access as requested or required by the fire department. We worked, again, very closely with staff and all the other departments to get to this point. The duplexes comply with the intent of OSHAD district regulations and LDR Section 451, the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines, and the Secretary of Interior standards. Required findings can be made with regard to the plat, LDR Section 3.1.1, the OSHAD zoning, which regarding land use map consistency. OSHAD zoning is preferred for the historic mixed-use designation. Duplexes and the related amenities are permitted. And then the lot sizes exceed the minimum requirement, and each unit will have a minimum of 4,000 square feet of the overall lot. Positive findings can be made with concurrency. There are no issues with level of service standards, as well as consistency with the comprehensive plan, especially the historic preservation element, economic prosperity element, and the neighborhood districts and corridors element, and the housing element. Positive findings are also made in your staff report with regard to the standards for plat actions. As stated up on the screen, I'm not going to go into great detail, but these will be complementary. The development will be complementary and compatible with the adjacent properties and land uses in the surrounding area, especially the historic structures along Swinton Avenue. Again, this provides a transition from the higher density to the lower density, and it will further the stabilization or revitalization of this section of the OSHAD, which has been neglected for many years. And also, it meets the purpose and intent of the OSHAD to improve the environmental quality and overall livability of this historic district and stabilize and improve property values therein. Positive findings can be made with regard to the LDRs and with regard to the waiver, to the lot widths on your screen and in your backup. Basically, ultimately, the City Commission will have to make a finding that is necessary and appropriate to create this nonconformity. We feel that strongly the positive findings can be made with regard to 431D, that it is necessary and appropriate. The lot widths are greater than the original plat, consistent with the predominant lot pattern in the area. The proposal is complementary to and compatible with properties in the surrounding area. Proposed lots, widths, and structures will improve the existing streetscape along Southeast First Avenue, which is in great need of improvement, and again, further stabilization and revitalization of this area. Again, this provides flexibility for the redevelopment effort of these lots on the very edge of the Old School Square Historic District. And we respectfully request approval of everything that was presented this evening, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thanks for wrapping up, Jeff.
You're welcome.
I think, Michelle, you're up.
Yes. In one moment. With an IT adjustment. Nice job getting through the presentation so quickly. I hope I can do the same. Okay.
If you can talk as fast as Gary, maybe.
I don't talk fast, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, Michelle Hoyland, Principal Planner, for the record. As I stated, I'm going to go through the overall request and somewhat lot by lot as I go. So the first one I'm going to focus on is Lot 1, but I'm going to give a little background on the overall project. So this site contains currently 4 lots. If you're in the property appraiser's website, you see 4 lots. There are 6.5 platted lots of record on the old plat, but they've been in the combination that they're in currently. They historically have been in that configuration. And the request, as staff reviewed, is a 5-lot subdivision, which is now to be known as Magnolia Place. The entire most of the time we were reviewing it, it was downtown Delray Villas, with 5 new structures that are duplex structures. This is in the Oshad Historic District, the local district, not the national. It doesn't fall within the boundary of the national district. It is on the west side of Southeast First Avenue. This is 1 block east of South Swinton, and it occurs between Southeast 1st Street and Southeast 2nd Street. So Lot 1 contains this structure here, which is technically a quadruplex. There's one other in one of our historic districts that I'm familiar with that's over in the Marina Historic District, and it's almost this unit's sister, or this structure's sister. So there's 2 units on the end and 2 units in the middle. This is currently a non-contributing resource with the 2020 Historic Resource Resurvey that has not yet been adopted. This is identified to become a contributor. This is looking at the north side of the structure and the east. So this is the view from Southeast First Avenue. There is some parking availability in the rear, and this property also abuts the north-south alley to the west. This is some of the other structures in the block, which we'll visit as we go, but there are 3 structures within the boundaries of these 5 lots, all proposed for demolition. And so these are some of the surrounding properties. So to the north, which is on the right side of the screen, is a multifamily type of development, a redevelopment that occurred with some rehabilitation of this. A pool was installed on the property. And to the left here is west of the site, across the alley. What you can see in the background here is a multifamily building that each unit is individually owned. That's a non-contributor, and it's non-conforming with respect to its density. Directly west of the site is the H&M Architecture office building that's under renovation right now. Directly east of the site is straight CBD zoning. So the zoning for this property is OSHAD, Old School Square Historic Arts District, within the Old School Square Historic District, and directly across the street is commercial within the CBD. This is a newer construction that occurred here on this property. We also have this development that's east of the site along 2nd Street. This is the south side, basically, of that block. So in particular, Lot 1, you can see the configuration of the property in blue. 2nd Street is on the left side of this site, and 1st Avenue is on the bottom of the screen. So what the request before you is construction of a new duplex structure on this property in concert with 5 new duplex structures. I think it's important to note that within OSHAD, the permitted uses are single family and duplex. Multifamily is not a permitted use. If it were this site, we likely would have had maybe townhomes or something else could have been a possibility, but the zoning does not allow that. It's 1 residence or a duplex per lot. The density for this district is 10 units per acres. Historic mixed use is the density or the land use designation, which has a density of 10 units per acre. When you break that down to each lot, a 1/4 acre lot typically would allow 2 units. So they're within the density limits with a duplex as well. The duplex siting for this property is non-traditional in that the units are front to back. Typically, you see a duplex is a side-to-side configuration. Sometimes you see a front-to-back, but this is an I don't want to say unusual, but non-traditional siting of the property. So you have 1 lot that the owners of each duplex have a vested interest in, like a condominium, and then the owners own the unit front and then the unit in the back. They have independent ownership with joint ownership of the land below. And so the COA before you is construction of 2-story structure. There are swimming pools associated with each unit, replacing, assuming that the demolition of the 1950s structure occurs, the construction of these new buildings. So you have a swimming pool at the southeast corner of the site, and at the southwest corner of the site, 1 pool for each lot. The request also includes variances, which I'll go over in a few minutes, to allow some setback reductions so that those swimming pools can encroach into the front and side street rear setbacks. The other part of the request is a lot coverage requirement. So when building new construction or additions to an existing property, there's a 40% maximum area that can be encumbered by building footprint. So this structure exceeds the request or the minimum 40%. To increase that, I believe we'll show you the table. I think it's 43 and change. And I'm going to move a little bit quickly because all of these structures are very similar in architecture. So when we were reviewing the request, we're looking at a style of architecture that is most certainly compatible in style with the Old School Square Historic District. This is what we would want to see for an architectural style within the district. There are regulations within the code that touch on garages. You'll remember other requests. Predominantly the garages shouldn't be facing forward on the lot, as is the historic development pattern. In this case, should a single-family home had been built on this property, the garage could have been in the rear with no garage facing the front, but we have 2 units, so there's a front-facing garage for the front unit and a rear-facing garage for the rear. The design of the proposal incorporates interesting articulations, front porches. There's no denying it's an attractive structure that by style definition seems to fit within the historic district. This is a view of the streetscape. So as you know, with other projects, we do require a streetscape view. So we're looking at the size of the structure in comparison to the size of other structures that exist within the district. The only remaining structure that will be in this block is the little 1-story multifamily that you can see to the right here. Right there. That will be the only remaining structure in this side of the block. The west side of the block is facing South Swinton Avenue and has an existing streetscape. Up here, what you see is the H&M Architecture Office. That's the 1-story office building there with the proposed duplex here, and then across the street, the CBD zoned property. which typically when doing historic streetscape, we're looking at the streetscape within the historic district. The other piece of this puzzle is included on the streetscape plan is the Sunday Village proposed design for the project that's following these projects. The approved architecture of record is a classic traditional or classical tradition style of architecture, but overall the massing, it's a large 3 to 4 story building occurring in that location. The design is different. That's what you're seeing there. So you haven't seen that request yet. These are the development standards for this property. As you can see, they exceed open space. They are asking for, in association with the plat, 2 waivers to allow the lot width to be reduced from the 80-foot width to 64 point change and 65 point change, so about 65 foot in width for the lot. And then there's the waiver for lot frontage, because they're separately defined in our code. They're 2 separate waivers. They exceed lot depth, so the lot depth requirement minimum is 100, and the platting of these lots after right-of-way dedication is 129 feet. They exceed the minimum floor area requirement. They do exceed the maximum lot coverage. I'm sorry, I think before I said it was 43%. It's 41.3% is what's exceeded on this lot 1. They meet the setback requirements for the structure, front, side street, side, and rear. They do not meet, or they meet the height at 35 feet requirement. They're at 28 feet, 2 inches. They do not meet the swimming pool requirements. So for swimming pools, that is mandated by both the setback section of the code, 434K, and the swimming pool section, 4615, which allows a reduction for rear and side yard properties from the standard setback to 10 feet. So if you have a 7.5 foot setback, you have to increase your setback to 10 for a swimming pool. That's why you're seeing side street there is 10 feet where 15 feet is required. And as we go through the other lots, you'll see those have 7.5 foot minimums where 10 feet is required. It's a lot when you're reviewing the plans, but essentially it's a siting so that there's separation for that usability area from adjacent properties. So we're going to talk about the demolition. Again, this is a 1950s 1-story 4-unit building that encompasses about 2,500 square feet. Because it's a non-contributor, per code, there is no public notice requirement. So the request still is an ask by the board, and there still are requirements for demolition, but there is no public notice requirement or additional justification that involves appraisals, condition documentation, and so forth. The structure, again, was deemed to be a future contributor to the Old School Square Historic District. So these are the board actions. This basically is the code citations that allow this board the authority to review variances for setbacks. And that what a variance is, a departure from a dimensional or numeric requirement of the LDRs. These are the findings, and we've outlined in our staff report what the analysis has led to for each of the variance requests. So generally for each of the variance requests, the overall feeling of, or analysis, not feeling, is that we have structures that are proposed on a lot size that's smaller than the minimum required, which is pushing some of the accessory type units to the max, and this is why they're looking for a reduction. So there is no special circumstance or condition existing. Staff has done a review, and it's not expected that this variance is necessary to maintain the historic character of the property given the demolition request, but it's also not anticipated to be contrary to the public interest, safety, or welfare. Being that the proposal involves new construction, there's no expectation that existing ordinances that would alter the historic circumstance here or character of the district exist. Would it be feasible for this to be developed in order to preserve the historic character of the site? Is this variance, necessary to be feasible for that? These are the standards that we're looking at. So if the demolition and replatting are approved, that the project is new construction. So allowing the relief to, as part of the plat, potentially would create a smaller lot, hence the variance request that's before the board. There is concern with the size of the project, as the maximum lot coverage variance could have a negative effect on the historic character of the historic district, and it's in conjunction with the other 4 structures. So 5 structures in total are affecting the scale, having an effect upon the placement of ground level improvements. The final finding here is that the requested variance is necessary to accommodate an appropriate adaptive reuse of a historic building, structure, or site. Well, there's no adaptive reuse of the building that exists, but there is an adaptive reuse of the site. So the analysis is largely the same across all of the variances, so not for lot 1, and as I go through all the other lots. So rather than duplicate the testimony as I go here, I would like to enter that into the record, that the staff's analysis and the staff report is applicable to all 4 variance requests: the side setback, front setback for the pool, and the lot coverage requirements. I'd like to now move on to the waiver requests. This, just to back up a moment, this is a graphic that we created that identifies in gray all of the hardscape proposed for the site, in red the building on the site, in blue the swimming pools, and green is the open space areas or landscape areas. There is a note that the applicant, I would like them to maybe take note, the site plan that we have is missing. I think it's missing, I could be wrong, but I think there was perhaps another sidewalk on the north side of each of the properties. They've worked very closely with staff and the fire department to ensure that life safety rules and regulations are being met with respect to access off of the alley for these units. Life safety code, as imparted by the fire department, have distance requirements and width requirements for the alley, and being that the rear units take primary access off the alley, you'll see as we go through the other requests that there were sidewalks added to the sides of each of the lots in order to allow for access to First Avenue, so that fire could access the buildings should they need to go in, fight a fire, respond to a paramedic call, so on. So next we're going to talk about this waiver. These are the 4 findings for the waiver. This is a building height plane request, so the code requirement is in 451. It's visual compatibility standard requirements. Building height plane is only applicable to residential buildings. Historic structures, typically you don't see additions occurring forward of the front facade. So historic structures typically have additions in the rear or the side, and rarely do we see building height plane relief requests for older historic structures, like some of the buildings in Bankers Row or Delita Park or along Swinton Avenue that have maybe closer sighting to the front setback. That's a historic setting. Building height plane is also not applicable to commercial buildings. It's only applicable to residential. And it's designed a 2-to-1 ratio. So it's bringing back from the point of intersection of the front property line, coming back in a 2-to-1 ratio, a pie slice almost, and anything above that is called a no-build zone. You can have front porches within this no-build zone. So think, Perhaps the CRA office or Nani's attic or some of these old buildings that have front porches, Cathcart House, that might have part of their front porch in the building height plane. Well, it was designed that way to allow for that open space and that feeling, that articulation, that authenticity. So in this instance, for Lot 1, and very largely the same across all 5 lots, the area where the open porch is, you'll see in green on this drawing, and I'm going to go to this drawing because this side of the building has more architectural elements I think are important to the board's review. The area in the green is the permitted open porch. So had the building stopped right there, all of that would be allowed. It's the area in red that exceeds the building height plane requirements and is the purpose of the relief requests. So if we look at the waiver findings, shall not adversely affect the neighboring area. Could such design have an effect on the Old School Square Historic District, given that the visual compatibility standards are designed to protect the historic district and the integrity of structures? There is concern with scale and massing of each of these structures. The demolition of the existing structure that's there now presents also an alteration of the historic streetscape. That structure doesn't exceed the requirements of the building height plane. The waiver is not anticipated to diminish the provision of public facilities, but is noted that the waiver facilitates, again, construction of a duplex that is unique in design with units being placed front to back, rather than traditional side-by-side configuration. We've talked through life safety requirements with fire. So again, this is predominantly, this finding, the second one is about public facilities. So we're not finding that it would have an negative effect on that. Does the request create an unsafe situation? It's not anticipated to create an unsafe situation. Again, fire has done a thorough review, ensuring access to the rear units. Is that a result of building height plane? That's for the board to consider. Does not result in the grant of a special privilege, and that the same waiver would be granted under circumstances that are similar on other properties or to another applicant or owner. And as we discuss many times for our requests, most of your requests are case by case. The attorney will testify that it's difficult to establish what is a precedent. These visual compatibility standards, again, were designed to create some control about massing for residential structures, ensuring that each level is built at the same setback. The French colonial architectural style definitely incorporates porches that stack directly on top of each other, but the interpretation of this style with the proposal doesn't necessarily include that element. Given the proposed demolition, the site will be considered vacant land, which presents few constraints related to design. That testimony is largely the same testimony for all 5 lots. I would like to enter that into the record per lot, although I will be showing architecture for each of the lots. I'd like to not have to repeat that testimony because it's largely the same.
I think we would agree
Okay.
with that.
So demolition, this is a citation from the code. Some of the requirements for demolition that some of the board members may be new to that I'd like to just touch on and go over is that the code does require a certificate of appropriateness be approved in association with the development for the new construction. So they go hand in hand. That's also the case for the building permit. And that was designed so that we didn't have a result of demolitions being done on speculation by developers that would result in holes in blocks. So a building permit is not approved for demolition until the building permit for the new construction is released. And that's to help protect the historic streetscape. This is cited here in this code section. The applicant is also required to maintain all structures approved, should the board approve, demolition, that are awaiting building permit. They are required to maintain those structures in a similar manner as what existed today. They can't fall into maintenance issues or code enforcement violations as a result of not caring for the property. Again, we're dealing with a non-contributor, so there is no requirement for a public notice or the further assessment that occurs in the code with that justification statement for demolition, which, just to refresh, is condition analysis by a contractor or architect, also analysis to repair the structure, appraisals for the property, and then efforts to try to retain or give away important architectural elements of the building or potentially relocate. So none of those things are applicable with non-contributors, and all three structures that exist on these lots are all currently non-contributors. So we've talked the mechanics, I think, and now we're going to talk a little bit about design. There are some...
Michelle, do you have an idea of how much more you have?
I don't, because I still have to get to the plat. But I'm technically allowed 2 hours. It won't go that long.
Don't we have to agree to that?
No. We have, in this request, we have 6 items, 20 minutes each. I won't go that much longer, though. But I think it's important that we talk through visual compatibility, compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards. So in some instances, and this was not the case with this applicant, they have, the architect has been through the process before with new construction. The historic regulations are applicable to new construction. So the idea that they are not applicable is not true. There are certain ones that don't apply, but the bulk of the requirements apply. And what staff is looking at is for compliance with materials, architectural style, streetscape, authenticity, and ensuring longevity of a historic district is very important. We explained to applicants that we want to see that the units that are being built today, the new construction that's being built today, could become a contributor in 50 years from now. We want to see these structures stand the test of time and continue to be part of the historic district as the historic district ages. There should be some consideration given to the design of the garage. As the code states, they should not be facing the public right-of-way. They're discouraged from facing the public right-of-way. There should be consideration given to the use of appropriate and authentic material adaptations. While it's understandable that the applicant has the right to come before the board and ask for materials that are synthetic in use, it's up to the board to determine whether or not that's appropriate for the historic district, for that district's longevity. New adaptations that have been approved for additions might be hardy board rather than a simulated stucco siding. Metal is another material that's been approved for use rather than plastic. We can't press enough, and I don't want to be repetitive with the testimony, but there is concern regarding the massing and the scale of the structures. Their height is incomparable to other structures. I understand that there are 2-story structures throughout the district, but are the 2-story structures pushing a 28-foot height max for those older structures? Those are typically smaller in scale. I think that the structures meet the minimum lot width requirements for the structure itself. So within the code, in the OSHAD zoning, lots or new buildings are a max of 60 feet for residential. These structures meet that. However, they are square masses and square forms. So when you come down the street, you're going to be looking at a repetition occurring of the same kind of structure, and that's not the pattern that we've seen within the historic district. Within the historic district, we've seen open space between structures, variation of style of 1-story to 2-story. It's not the same unit built over and over again like you might see in a residential subdivision. Let me just double check here. I had a note. I do want to touch on parking. So each of the units, residential and single family and duplex units are required 2 parking spaces. There is no requirement for guest parking when it comes to single family or duplex. Guest parking doesn't trigger until you're a multifamily use. Each of these units provide 2 required parking spaces within the garage, and the guest type spaces, while they're not actually designated as guests, fall within the front unit's driveway and the rear unit's driveway. So the rear unit will have its guest parking parallel to the alley, and the front unit, the guest spaces will be able to be pulled in. But again, that's more livability, not a code requirement for guest parking. So the request does meet the minimum with respect to parking. I'm not sure why, but Lot 1 did include a black fence as part of its request, with the rear unit, which seemed a little bit out of character as the other structures didn't include black fencing. We weren't sure and wanted to just put it on the record. Perhaps the applicant would like to address that. So here is Lot 2. The architecture again is very similar to what we're seeing on Lot 1. This is the east elevation facing Southeast First Avenue. We've got individual garage door openings. That's always a big goal for the board. There is upper level porches that are accessible, not, faux porches. You can clearly see where the front door for this unit is on the ground floor. We have the use of metal roofing on this structure, some gable vent designs, shutters. The shutters that are on the upper floors, you can see they're not really designed to be half the size of the window width, but they are, an architectural detail that's provided for the building. This is looking at the south elevation. The upper floor has a board and batten appearance to its material, but it's not an authentic board and batten application. And I'm going to move again. This is for the record, should you wish to come back item by item on any of the lots, but like to move through to Lot 3 so you can take a look at that lot's architecture. The variances are very similar. Again, here you can see, lots 2, 3, 4, and 5. Their pools are in the front and the back, and there are variances for each of those, which are identified by the little boxes, and the variance over the red building is the lot coverage. This structure has a shingle-like appearance to its roof, with a horizontal lap siding appearance to its upper floor. Again, this is not wood siding. This is, I believe, a simulated stucco siding on the upper floors. But we do see independent garage door openings occurring here. I don't know why it skipped. Do you see how many it skipped? There's the example of the materials, which if you wish to see those, we could pass those around, but we're looking at a neutral color palette for the style of paint on each of these as well. These are photographs of Lot 4. This is the only one that doesn't have demolition associated with it, and you're going to see that while there are 3 structures, demolition is associated with 4 of the 5 requests, and that's because one of the houses straddles the lot line. So we have to tie the demolition to both. Getting to the architecture, now again we have a vertical board and batten upper story. So what you may have picked up on is that lots 2 and 4 are identical to each other, and lots 3 and 5, the structures are identical to each other. So there is variation, but there's repetition occurring as well throughout these structures.
Can we get to a wrap up here?
Chair, the only thing I would just advise the board, it is 6 different items, and so the end result here will be a net reduction in time, even if we have one substantially longer presentation versus 6 individual. And I just think it's important, at least for the board, to get a full presentation from the applicant and staff. So I think it'd be appropriate, to give staff additional time beyond now. And I think Michelle's on lot 4 out of 5, so hopefully.
I have to do the plat too next. This structure here on this property has additional porch that is projecting forward of the front building plane. Okay.
That was just.
There's something lagging with the computer. All right, so lot 5, this is the existing structure on lot 5. This building was constructed in the 19-teens, I think. Is that right? I don't remember. But this is technically a non-contributor due to the inappropriate improvements that have occurred to this structure. So with the resurvey, this one was not identified to be a contributor, and neither was the other one, which I did skip over. I'm sorry. The middle structure and the mid block. And we're just going to take a look again at the architecture once the computer catches up. So we have this horizontal siding again on this unit. What you see in the little cloud in the bottom of that screen, that is the access door to the rear units that will have the walkway pathway from First Avenue. So we, again, have 2 independent garage door openings, the front porches, the upper floor, open air area, use of materials that generally are appropriate for the historic district, but again, some concern with the use of synthetic materials. And you have demolition associated with this property on lot 5. And now I think I'm going to be able to move to the plat. Okay, so if we could talk through the plat. First, I want to state that it was with a review that occurred earlier this year that the board had inquired, how did this property get to have a lot split? And there was an administrative procedure that existed on our books for lot splits that don't go before the board. And so when we, as staff, when we were directed to revise Chapter 2 by the City Commission, this was one of the considerations that we included, which was to include plats that had relief requests, that this board have an opportunity to have a recommendation. So this is your very first plat request that the board has ever seen. And you're seeing it because there are waivers associated with the creation of the new lots. So these are the structures. Again, this is the duplex structure, the quadruplex, vacant land, and this little identity crisis building, unfortunately, that are proposed that exist within 4 lots that are proposed for demolition. So here is a graphic where you can see for the major subdivision plat the current layout of the lots as they exist today. What's on the far left of the screen is the quadruplex. The duplex is directly next door to it. And then you have that commercial building on the right side of the screen, which represents the north of the property. Vacant land in between. Years ago, there was a structure within the lot that's vacant that had been demolished because of condition issues. The building really had just fallen apart. And so this is the survey for the property. We did not get independent surveys for each lot. We were given an overall survey. So what you see on the left is essentially is associated with lot 1, and you can see here how the lots are reconfigured. These are easements that exist or are proposed, Part of the request as it moved through the review process with staff, there was identified right-of-way dedication that was to occur on Southeast First Avenue, a 5-foot right-of-way dedication. First Avenue is a 50-foot right-of-way. It exists at 45, and the applicant processed a request that went through the Development Services Management Group, which is an in-house internal group, to ask for reduction. It was denied by that group, and the applicant appealed that decision to the commission, and the commission ultimately approved the right-of-way dedication reduction. So rather than having a dedication of right-of-way on First Avenue, there is a 5-foot easement, which will accommodate sidewalk and general utility easements. The green perpendicular walkways, essentially, or I don't know how else to describe them, those are within easements that provide that access to the rear unit for fire. On the alley side of the property, there is a dedication occurring, 2.5 foot of right-of-way, and there's a general, that's what's in red, and then what you see in green is a general utility easement and sidewalk easement. It was identified because those units have direct access, that the sidewalks needed to be provided for pedestrian safety along the alley. So there is a sidewalk that traverses the property that's for public use purpose. I tried my best to show here the progression of lots in different colors here, dark blue to light blue, and the creation of the 5 new lots. Again, this is the overall layout of the five duplexes that are occurring on the site. This is really difficult to read, and I considered putting it in separate slides, but you have it in your staff report. These are the standards for site plan and plat actions. And so when you have a major subdivision plat, there's a set of standards that staff has to work through, and that also the board has to apply when they're making a decision on a plat. And this can relate to building design, landscaping, lighting, pedestrian and bicycle interconnections, open space enhancements, proposed street widening, development of residentially zoned land being planned in a manner that's consistent with adjacent development, property being developed so that the use, intensity, and density are appropriate in terms of soil, topographic, and other applicable physical considerations, encourage affordable goods and services, complementary and compatible with adjacent land uses, and fulfill remaining land use needs. Development should also provide a variety of housing types, looking at safety, livability, stability of surrounding neighborhoods as a reflection of the proposed plat. That can have an effect on traffic patterns, circulation, noise, odor, dust. Development should not be approved if traffic associated with such development would create a new high accident location. This is residential going to residential. Tot lots and recreational areas, that is not applicable in this case because we're dealing with single family residential essentially through the duplex. And then development not exceeding maximum limits established in the comprehensive plan for density intensity. I've already explained that it does meet the requirements for density and does not exceed that requirement. So overall, the dedications within the alley, the ground level improvements in the proposal, complying with site visibility triangles and open space, meet the intent of this section. However, there is concern with the appearance of the proposed structures. Unusually so, this board has the authority over appearance and visual compatibility. But there's concern with those structures as they relate to the existing streetscape and adjacent residential structures. That's what that long section is about. So there's concern there. These are the 451 standards and guidelines that we've already gone through about compatibility. We get to restate those in relation to a plat as is listed within the standards I just mentioned. Again, there continues to be concern with the massing and scale of the structures as the building height plane is exceeded, which is a massing control, and therefore the waiver separately. Part of this request is the lot width and lot frontage. So that's where we're seeing the action for those waivers is with the plat, not with the COA. The only finding requirement is listed in chapter 4.3.1, which is here on the screen for you, indicating that no yard or lot existing at the time of passage of the chapter shall be reduced in area or dimension below the minimum requirements set forth herein in the code. Lots or yards created after October 1st, 1990 shall meet the requirements established by this chapter and the underlined portion. That's essentially the finding. So the City Commission can declare at the time of the approval of the plat that the development application, or at the time of the plat and the development application, that it is, quote, necessary and appropriate to create such nonconformity. So that's the only finding. Untraditionally, with waivers, you have 4 sets of findings. That's not the case with this particular waiver. So this board would have to review, is the request for the waiver to lot width and lot frontage necessary and appropriate to create that nonconformity? That's your recommendation. The request next goes to Planning and Zoning Board this coming Monday, and then on to City Commission in February. So, you know, the overall, I think, intent of what I've repeated a couple of times here is that there's an alteration of the existing streetscape happening in order to affect this redevelopment of these properties. And is that appropriate for the historic district to create that nonconformity rather than having an 80-foot lot requirement? And that's what was in your analysis of your staff report. There's also some consideration in the plat report talking about the variances, that those variances are being requested and would be unnecessary should the lots meet the minimum 80-foot requirement for width. We would not be seeing lot reductions for setbacks with pools and lot coverage. So as a matter of process, we've stated the Secretary of the Interior standards here. We do have some site plan technical items. Just as a reminder, the board does not need to read those site plan technical items into the record. They automatically go with the request. These are things that we just need language to be tweaked or notes to be adjusted on the plans. So the findings for plats are listed here and in your staff report. That, I'm sure you'll be glad to hear, concludes my presentation. Thank you for the time. Please let me know if I haven't covered something or if you have questions.
Well, that was most impressive, and I thank you and staff for that effort. That was a lot of work.
I don't know how much time I got on that.
I think we have unfortunately lost a lot of our public, but
well, Chair, so I think this process will be a little bit different because of the combined presentation. So I think what's most appropriate, since this evidence applies to items 8C through 8H, is give the applicant a rebuttal opportunity on the city staff presentation and city staff their rebuttal opportunity on just this evidence. And then we would move that evidence and rebuttal will be entered into the record for items 8C through 8H, all of them. And then one by one, we would give the public the opportunity to speak on that individual item to ensure that no one feels they weren't allowed to speak about an item. And then rebuttal and cross, if there's any public comment. If there are none, then it would go straight to board discussion item by item.
I have problems with that. I mean, we've lost most of the public here, and I would we don't know.
Well, right.
What I'm suggesting is that there's some relief from your recommendation, or let the public speak, and then we can do the cross and rebuttal.
I think it's safest to do it item by public comment, just to ensure that there's not a potential challenge that a member from the public didn't know that it was on a particular item or wasn't given that opportunity.
That's fine. Yeah. I'm just saying, let's let them speak before doing the rebuttal.
So the rebuttal at this point would be limited just to the presentations, and the only reason I would do that now is because that is being collectively entered into every item, and if we do rebuttal on every item, the applicant and staff may need to do that rebuttal 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, where if we do it now, that's encapsulated in all the applications.
Let's go for it.
Yeah. So at this time, it'd be applicant's rebuttal to the evidence been presented so far.
Thank you, and I'll try to make this very quick. Michelle, can we just load up the fourplex?
On mine, yours?
It doesn't matter. Yours was fine.
A picture?
Yeah, just a picture. So staff has indicated, and they are correct, the survey that's been done has talked about that should this be adopted, this structure would be considered contributing. I know where staff comes from, and I understand what the survey is about. As an architect, I totally disagree. It's talking about a time period. It's talking about what was done, let's say, post-World War II. They actually do talk about that chances are when the builders were doing this, they didn't even consult with architects. They didn't have plans. They were building a structure for people to live in. They actually ignored what you would call architectural elements. There are no elements on it. They actually don't exhibit any traces of previous historic styles. But I definitely understand where staff's coming from. But the fact is, it hasn't been adopted yet, and we feel that this structure should be knocked down. That's one thing. As far as, Michelle, we mentioned on Lot 1 about the sidewalk. So what happens is duplexes aren't required to be fire sprinkled. We actually are sprinkling our buildings. Lot 1 does not require the fire access because the fire department can get on all three sides of that building. So that was relieved. The other ones do have it. With regards to the massing control, so we're talking about the building height plane. Totally agree. I think we got to look at, we got the streetscape. Our streetscape, for all intents and purposes, we're dealing with mostly vacant lots, and we're dealing with might come block 70. That's the street that we're looking at that's facing the building planes, asking relief. Across the street are obviously the high rises. What's more important is how the building faces the alley. That's where you're facing the district. That's where we do not have to have setbacks. Guess what? We have porches all on that side that actually kicks it back and gives more relief to the historic structures that are on the west side, which I think when you look at it, yeah, I know that it was unusual as far as Michelle said the design. It's, in essence, it's also creative because we are treating the historic structures with more respect on the west side that we don't have to do. So with that, I do want to hit upon, we're doing gray glass. There won't be any confusion. Also, as far as hardy plank and stuff like this, the reason why we're going synthetic, I just want you to understand how this process is. When you do hardy plank, when you do a board and bat, which is also a hardy board, it's usually designed for frame structures. These are block structures. So what you have to do down here, you actually have to bolt, or I should say anchor 2x4s on the building. You got to anchor this. You got to do flashing. It's not designed for South Florida if you're going to do block construction. That's all I'm saying. You can do it, don't get me wrong. It's just, it's a bigger process and is not actually serving anybody. The synthetic materials, from a distance, I agree, if you come up close to it and you touch it, you're going to feel it. But from a distance, on a second floor where we show it, you don't see it. That concludes what I have. Nobody's behind me, so I'm done.
Michelle?
Yep.
Rebuttal?
Yes. Thank you. Okay. In the applicant's presentation, they talked about historic longevity of new structures. We again hold strong with the requirement that that's important for the longevity of the district, that new structures are creating potential historic context so that in 50 years from now, we can be saying, look at the development that this developer and this architect came along with. Architecture is not necessarily the issue. The style of architecture that the applicant has, when they testified, we feel that it's a streetscape issue, repetitive nature of the style that we're getting one unit to the next, which we've already said. The examples that were given in the applicant's presentation we believe are inherently smaller in scale. However, staff was not given those examples as part of any kind of study that we could have analyzed or assessed prior to tonight's meeting. So I do reserve, the right to have that comment should the board kind of narrow down on that. Some of the properties that were closer than 25 feet to the front property line, such as a historic district, such as the board has the authority to approve variances, hence the requests that are before you. But there was one, I think, that was a 13-foot setback on 330 Northeast First Avenue. That's very close to the front property line. There was discussion about its building height plane. Well, we do know that historically that structure was originally built with double front porches, upper and lower. So the historic pattern of that building and what we're seeing today isn't exactly the same. There was also an example given with the CRA building, saying it didn't meet building height plane, but again, we have not had a chance to study the examples given. They do have a front porch on that building, so I'm not sure if it actually meets building height plane or if it meets the intent with the open areas. And the testimony about materials for new structures being allowed to be inauthentic. The board and batten, this horizontal lap siding is used. We've seen it for multiple projects, including projects that Mr. Iliopoulos has been engaged on. It provides the appearance of authenticity. With a hardy board, you get a grain that comes with the wood. You don't get that same appearance when you do a simulated stucco siding. You can actually see the stucco pattern of that particular artisan. I don't have any disagreement with what they have testified about the Lot 1 sidewalk. I appreciate them clarifying that, so my concern is addressed with that one. I disagree that this is mostly vacant lots on this lot, on this street. This subject property, there's 3 structures for 4 lots. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Chair, upon further reflection, I think we're going to hear, if it's a public comment, it's going to be the same comment 5 times, 6 times. So we can treat the public comment holistically as well. So if we want to open one public comment, just to be clear for the public and the record, the public comment is for all items, 8C through 8H.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I think that'll be more efficient and appropriate given the way that the items were presented as well. The applicant and staff will still get the opportunity for cross-examination or rebuttal to the testimony by public comment, but I just ask that the staff and applicant have already been given rebuttal to their presentation, so the rebuttal should be limited to what was discussed during public comment.
I think we also need to do a bio break pretty soon. Yeah. To the public, please be here. Please say something. You were sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Tyler Knight, 180 Southeast 5th Avenue, Delray Beach. Good evening, board members. I just wanted to read a couple letters of support into the record. I heard you guys got Jaime's, so I won't read that one for time purposes, but I would like to submit it. I'll start with, I'm here on behalf of the owner of 101 Southeast 1st Street, and who also owns residual interest in the 111 condo building directly across the street from this project. He is in complete support of it, and he looks forward to seeing the block get enhanced. That is the first one. The second one is Beth Eddy, who owns 2 of the single-family structures directly behind this property between Swinton and the alleyway. Hey Tyler, great catching up, and I want to follow up with an email that gives you my full support for Magnolia Place. The plan looks spectacular, and I love that you are widening the alley behind my 2 properties, 119 and 123 South Swinton Avenue. I have no issue with the pool encroachment and also no issue with the reduction in lot size from 80 to 65 feet. This project will be such a huge upgrade to the neighborhood, in my opinion. It really is a beautiful plan you shared. Keep me updated with the progress, and again, you have my full support as an owner of the 2 properties that back up to this property. Reach out with any questions. Beth Eddy, President of Aerospace Marketing Group. Diane. Thanks. This one is from an 8-year Historic Board veteran, Gail Lee McDermott. Good afternoon, Historic Preservation Board.
Mr. Tyler, Mr. Knight, if you have emails that you want to include as part of the record, that's probably fine, but this is really hearsay. It's a statement from somebody who's not present to give their testimony or evidence. So if you have direct evidence or testimony you want to provide, but otherwise if you provide a copy to Ms. Miller.
Their emails and addresses are here. They say feel free to give them any calls. I guess it's not time, but.
And you're speaking not as the applicant or participant?
Correct. I'm speaking from the public. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Board, Roger Cope Architects, Inc., 701 Southeast 1st Street, National Marina Historic District. I just want to say it's a very minor point. You have a world-class applicant, world-class team that they've assembled. The design is spectacular. Every single aspect of it is amazing on all 5 lots. The one little minor thing that I want to say is I hope like heck you endorse, approve, and get behind the use of Burrell that they want to use, a man-made siding product that from 3 feet away you can't tell if it's a man-made product or wood. I 100% agree with Gary. I've had brand new historic renovations out there that we whereby when we were using real wood, it was deteriorating and breaking down before we were demobilizing and getting off the property. It deteriorates right in front of your eyes. The use of Burrell, best of my knowledge, there are no plastics in it. Maybe some potash, whatever the heck that stuff is. But Burrell is an amazing product. Please let them use it if they want to use it, especially on the upper story horizontal siding. It'll last. The buildings will look as crisp and clean 30 years from now as the day they do when they're built. So
thank you.
Please endorse that and everything else. Thanks.
Mr. Long?
George Long, 46 North Swinton Avenue. Yeah, what a reset I agree with. But essentially, I have no idea about the variances and the waivers and all. You guys handle that. But what a nice project. Just how it fits in, how it makes that transition. He's so right about that, at least in my opinion. Humble layman's opinion. It looks good. It does not look, as Frank Carabino referred to, as postmodern dental office. We've got something that looks like it belongs in that area. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sir?
Thank you, Board. Joe Pascarella. I'm at 111 Southeast 1st Avenue, apartment 418. And I completely support this project. It is a premier improvement to the location. That location is about as sad as it can be. I mean, I'm looking out my window and I look at a dirt pond. It's basically the lot that is not their lot, but it's basically used for outside storage now. Which how that happens, I have no idea. The other buildings that are on that block should be torn down, every single one of them. I've been in the real estate business 50 years. I enjoy living here in Delray. I'm a new Floridian resident, and I applaud this project.
Thank you.
Oh, one last comment. With regard to materials, I also have a home in Avalon, New Jersey, along the seashore. And I must tell you that all those houses that are $5, $10, $15 million houses use these products, and they withstand. They're really terrific products, much better than wood. Thank you.
Anybody else? In the back row back there. Okay, let's take a break.
Chair, I would just recommend allowing rebuttal and cross just in case, since it's fresh, and then allow a break at that point. Take a break at that point.
All right. We can all hold on that long.
Sorry, Chair.
All right. I think that would be the applicant first.
We're fine, Mr. Chair.
Michelle, staff?
To rebut the public. So the only thing I would note is the comment about it being a appropriate style, not a postmodern dental office. I just remind the public that that is because the code has a certain set of standards that are applied and certain styles that are allowed per historic district. So that's why we're seeing this architectural style in this district. This isn't the CBD, where you would be seeing a different set of styles per the CBD architectural design guidelines. Thanks.
Let's take a break. 5 minutes, I think, should be enough. Do we need Michelle to resume?
She might appreciate that.
After that bravura performance. Diane, you're all set in terms of recording and everything? Michelle, we are ready to discuss as a board.
And Chair, there's two brief comments before you start the board discussion. One is just about emails generally, because I know two were left on the dais, and then the member for the public brought some. These are unsworn statements. They're not subject to cross-examination by the applicant. So generally speaking, it's not something the board should rely upon when they're making a decision.
Okay.
Additionally, at least some of the public comment indicated that the emails were about support of the project generally. And just a reminder, the quasi-judicial rules, we're not looking at how much support or opposition a project has. We're really looking at the elements that both the applicant and the staff have cited from the land development regulations and how this project applies to them. And so I just wanted to clarify or add that clarification to the record so the board has that direction.
Yeah, I
going
think
forward.
everybody understands.
Yeah.
So I think Mr. Miller is going to lead off here.
Sure. So, I jotted some notes down. These are maybe not in any particular order, but I've got some thoughts on this project. So, the first thing is, this is a budding CBD. It's not in CBD. So either it's in it or it's not. There's no abutting CBD zoning. There's no edge of HP or historic district zoning. There's either in or it's out, and these LDRs that apply to historic districts either apply or they don't. This is, and the one structure that has any, in my opinion, historic significance, which is the one right on second there, I hate to see any building go that's 70, 75 years old, but I understand in the grand scheme of things, its historic significance is probably not what we would see in other places. I haven't seen that it's associated with a historic architect or a famous person. It's a quadruplex, which is kind of unusual, but I understand, and I actually support the removal of that structure.
Mr. Miller, I'm sorry, can you just make sure your microphone is on and close enough?
Yeah, all right, I'll get a little bit closer.
Thank you.
So that being said, this project is starting with a blank slate. Waivers and variances, at least as far as I'm concerned, are designed to provide flexibility in an adaptive reuse situation to create some flexibility when developing a spot to save or protect a historic structure. There's nothing here. So in my opinion, there's no waivers or variances that should be requested. You can design anything to fit within the boundaries and the rules and the guidelines that are given. And it's the right of the applicant to ask for relief, but there's no reason for it here. At least I don't see any. And we're getting into the plat. I'm going to discuss the plat later, but you're narrowing the plat, you're widening the house. So there should not be any reason you couldn't design a structure to fit within the parameters. I don't have any problem with the height. Visual height plane, I think, is there for a reason. Again, I don't see any reason for relief when you're designing something from scratch. You know, Gary, I appreciate the effort, but adaptive reuse, the only adaptive reuse here is of the dirt. So we're not saving a structure, we're not reusing anything to make it something else. There's nothing there. So to call it adaptive reuse is a stretch. For this, as far as the synthetic materials, I'm going to leave that to Ivan and Pete to discuss that. You know, there's plenty of places that these would be appropriate in Delray, but within a historic district, I can't support it. I think the garages are forward from the entrance. We've given people a lot of, you know, feedback on that in the past. I don't have any problem with the architecture overall. I have a huge issue with the visual compatibility standards. I think these are wider on narrower lots than anything that would be approved pretty much anywhere else in town. If somebody assembled 5 lots or 4 lots on Swinton Avenue and put these plans forward, I don't think there would be any way that would be approved. So just because this is on a side street abutting CBD, I don't see any reason for it. You know, I'm not crazy that the back frontage is a full house facing the alleyway. To me, that does seem, I mean, it's definitely unconventional, but I'm not purchasing them, so, you know, I'm okay with that. If somebody wants to purchase that, you know, I'll, you know, that's fine. Something that Michelle had said is all structures have a similar alignment. So if you look at these going down the street, you know, I hate to use the term cookie cutter, but they're cookie cutter. You have the same basic shape. You have the openings in pretty much the same places. You have the garage on the same side. There's no variation. The heights are the same. The widths are the same. There's nothing about this that talks to me about a historic district and the character of Delray's historic districts. So, you know, and again, comparing it to structures that are not within OSHAD or not within historic districts or even within OSHAD but within the CBD that haven't even been built yet, you know, I think is not appropriate. You know, about 10, 12 years ago, I voted against the CBD overlay stretching further into this district for this reason, because it's used as justification to bypass some of the safeguards and the LDRs that we have for historic districts. So for that reason, I can't support this. And that goes for 1 through 5.
Who wants to go next?
I will. You want to go next?
No, go ahead. You're ready.
Okay, yeah.
I see all your notes.
No, I wrote some pros. I want to be positive first, so I wrote some pros. It's within the density. The architecture is beautiful. Gary, I mean, nobody in Delray can combat that. Absolutely compatible. You meet the setback requirements. Request meets the minimum of parking. We like the independent garage door openings. And that's about it for the pros. For the cons, this is new construction. Like John said, this is basically dirt. So if you are looking to build, then if you had wanted to stay without the variances or whatever, I think you could have achieved that if you did the plat in 4 lots versus 5. That's just my opinion. Based on math, I'm not an architect and I'm not gonna, you know, but 45.5% lot coverage is lots 2 through 5, and lot 1, 0.3%. It's, I mean, this is the definition of massing. If you look at the overall structures, I mean, you're asking for variances for the pool, for the, you know, for all the different things, the heights, and the variances definitions, a departure from the dimensional or numeric requirements of the LDRs. We are supposed to look at the LDRs and give our constructive criticism based on that. And this is a historic district, and we are islands within Delray because we only have very few historic districts. So this board is meant to protect the historic districts, and we aren't meant to be buffer zones between the other things. So for those reasons, I will not support 1 through 5.
I'd like to add one more thing that I forgot to mention is this project did receive relief in the form of approval of a reduction of the right-of-way. So there was supposed to be an additional 5 feet back from where the visual site plane starts. They received relief from City Commission, but still couldn't meet the visual site plane. So this is already wider than anybody else along that street would have been approved to get, or deeper. So I just wanted to make that comment so that there already has been some relief here, but it still doesn't meet the standards.
Everything. Ivan, I think you want to do it next?
Sure. So I'm going to mirror a lot of the comments that John and Kristen said. I think it all starts with the alley, right? I'm not supportive of taking an alley where it's supposed to be for service. Doesn't have to be ugly. Alleys don't have to be ugly, but historically, and you look at towns like Seaside, it's designed with alleys, and that's where the services happen, so they don't happen on Swinton and all the other streets. You see garbage trucks. Everybody goes down alleys, and that becomes a function and a utilitarian use, and not a right-of-way to enter into a house. I strongly feel that the alley should not be the front of a house, and you shouldn't have vehicular traffic to enter a house from the alley. In other words, there's parking spots and garages. That's not the front of a house. That's not the purpose of an alley. And historically, I think that's not an appropriate use of an alley. I, on the other hand, also have, and I wrote a litany of comments here, and I'm not going to go through them. I'll let the other members go through them. It's specifically landscaping. I think, Chris, you should probably address the fact that there's no landscape plan, right? So, contrary to the other members, I feel the architecture is a little overdone. I think it's a little over the top. You have outriggers and corbels and fans and eyebrows, and you got a lot of elements. I don't know if you want to put up on the screen, but I think there's a lot going on. It looks a little like Delray on steroids. I think there's a lot of elements, and I think it needs to be simplified. I'm not saying it needs to be changed, but I think everybody threw everything on, and see what sticks, and I think that element works, so we'll put it on there on the elevation. So those are my two comments. I fundamentally feel that the use of an alley as the front door of a house doesn't work, and I will probably not support this as long as that's part of a solution.
John?
Yeah, sure. I definitely I agree with a lot of the statements that were made about that area needing to be rehabilitated. There definitely needs to be some building that's been done there. I do agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. This is a special district, historic district. The comments about abutting versus actually being in or out are well taken. And I do have concerns about the massing and the repetition.
Chris?
I think the applicant had a great presentation. I really Thought it was detailed and great points. I differ a little bit from my fellow board members. I feel part of the historic district, or even what we do here is we try to make sure that there's compatibility within where the location of these properties are, and it is abutting the CBD. And I do think when you're there, you have to look across the street and see the bigger buildings, right? Those aren't invisible. So I personally give this lot a little bit of leeway to be a little bit more dense, and maybe these waivers. I'm okay with the waivers for the pools. I don't love the waivers for the lots, the lot areas going up to 45, but it is a downtown area. This is 2 blocks away from, you're right downtown. So I might be able to support that. One thing that does bug me is the repetitiveness of all of them. And I'm looking at the elevation that has all 5 units, and it does feel a little bit repeating. Maybe with some landscape variations, and I hope that the landscaping isn't repetitive, each house having the same tree and palm in the same area. I think that's one way of stopping the repetitive nature. Maybe even the colors could not be repetitive, and you can use different colors. So that's the one area that I wish I would see a little bit more variation between these. But the alleyway doesn't bother me so much. I feel like not many people will use the alleyway. So it's just the homeowners. So I'm not too worried about that. Overall, I love the architecture. I think it's done very well. So I'm leaning more into support, but I would like to see more variation.
Pete.
Okay, I don't know if I'm last here or close to it.
I get to be last.
You get to be last, but on a positive note, I think it's a good-looking concept. I think that the presentation was good, but I would echo a lot of the things that we just heard from my other board members. I'd like to see the project meet the requirements that are set forth. It is a new project. So I have an issue with the massing, the building height plane. I don't have a problem with some of the minor variances on the pools and things like that. But I think should probably go back and take a look and really see if you can come closer to meeting the requirements as they're set out. But other than that, I think that's all I have.
I take it back to that project that I want to say was on 5th Court recently, and it came back a couple of times. It was a lot of times. And any one of these probably double the size of that structure that was put up there. And we thought it was inappropriate for that location. And it was even further away from the neighbors than these are. And we're discussing plopping 5 of these in a row. And, very close to each other. In a size and a mass. If you took one of these structures, and I know, South Swinton area is kind of the lost child of historic districts in Delray. It's undergone a lot of change, and it's kind of last to be gentrified over there for the most part, but changes are coming. And if you were to drop one of these in the middle of Delita Park, or any of the other districts, or even within different locations of OSHAD, it would be completely inappropriate. So I think when 5 of them in a row are put up here, it kind of hides the fact that any one of these is really inappropriate in its current form to OSHAD, let alone 5 of them in a row, let alone on narrower than supposedly allowed or required lots. And I know we're going to get to the plat after this, but the visual compatibility standards, in my opinion, simply don't allow this to move forward in this current form. So those are my opinion.
Well, I'd like to say a few things. Thank you all for wading through this and thinking it through. I come out a lot closer to Chris's point of view than John's. I happen to think alleys are utilitarian for all sorts of reasons, whether it's a gas line, a garbage truck, a utility pole, or a garage. And we have places in Delray where you enter your home and your garage from the alley. It's a very private space. You can use it the way you want to. I would have a little bit of concern about turning radiuses perhaps here, getting in and out of the garage. But we have some beautiful alleys in Delray that are used for entry and almost a front yard. So that's one thought. The second is, this is really one block off of Atlantic. It's between First and Second. And in my view, as we get closer and closer to Atlantic, we want to have more and more of an urban feeling. And with that, I do not have the problem with the setbacks as specified here. I do have a little bit of concern about landscaping. I do think that I'm not concerned about massing because of what's across the street.
In my opinion, you can't compare it across the street because across the street is not OSHAD. We're just talking about OSHAD.
But we're also talking about blending.
No, when you're talking about OSHAD, this is why I think it's important to have a board discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Because when we're talking about OSHAD, we should be looking at the streetscape within OSHAD. I live on George Bush. Across the street is not historic. On my side of George Bush it is. I can't look across the street and say, well look, they have a new structure that's, this and that. You can't do that. We're supposed to look at the historic district that this project calls under.
I agree with you. That's why we have boards.
Yes.
They have different points of view.
Yes.
And a legal line between OSHAD and what's across the street doesn't really necessarily reflect the actual urban design and fabric. It is an artifact, a very important artifact, an important one, but I don't think it necessarily impacts usage and how you go from one to another.
The usage is approved. I have zero problem with the usage. Duplexes are approved, residential is approved, commercial is approved.
I have zero problem with them taking down the structures. I agree. This area it's not very, aesthetically pleasing when you look at
Yep.
I have no problem with that. It's what they're planning on putting and how they're planning on putting it there. It doesn't meet the LDRs.
Yeah, it might be across the street, but the zoning is different. It's a different zoning district. So if the commission or, citizens decided they wanted no historic districts anymore or to change the rules of the historic districts as they are written, that is a viable, outcome. Things are rewritten all the time.
Right.
We're here not to, decide we like it or not. It's what the rules say, and the rules say this is allowed, this isn't. If you want to stretch the limits, ask for a variance or a waiver, which they're doing. Like I said previously, waivers are typically allowed in the sense that you're saving a historic structure or you're trying to work around it, or you're fitting something in, you have a historic structure, you want to put a pool in. Okay, let's go a little bit closer to the property line because we're not going to touch our historic structure. Or, we want to, add additional parking or so forth. But it's a blank slate. And that's why I said there shouldn't be anything requested that is relief here. It's you know, it can be 2 stories. They can go up to 35 feet here. I don't have any problem with the height. It's the visual compatibility standards of smaller lots, wider structures, and then, like Ivan said, you know, I'm not a fan of the alley being used as a frontage of a house.
And as far as landscape, where's the landscape gonna go? I mean, we should see a little, there's like tiny little pieces where, I mean, where's the landscape? There's gonna be no landscape. There's no roof for it. There's a pool, and then the structure goes pretty much the entire lot.
I would argue you could put a lot of landscaping in 6 inches.
You can.
The one that's most telling one to me, request for relief, is the lot coverage. I mean, if you're asking for, the requirement is 40, and you're starting from scratch, and you can't make it fit in 40, to me that means it's not that you can't make it fit. You're trying to make it more of a marketable project, which I get. You're trying to push the limits to see how far it can get, which I get. There's nothing wrong with pushing the limits or asking for relief. But this board is not here to, you know, and the city's not here to ensure somebody has an appropriate return on investment on a you know, a for-profit project, which is what this is. So, you know, ask all you want. In my opinion, it's not justified, and I can't support it.
I do consider, though, the location next to the CBD, and I get that it is an island, and we need to, you know, stick to the rules for this area. But I do think it's not a hard line between 2 spaces. You are looking at a huge building across the street, and this is in the downtown area. I feel like this is why we're a board, is because in these certain circumstances where this is a very unique piece of property, this is a big improvement into the property, and it still feels like single family houses, very dense, but it's urban, slightly more urbanized than it would have been if this was plopped into the other house you mentioned on 6th Court. This would never work there. We would never approve that. But this is not there. This is in front of these buildings. So that's where I give the applicant a little bit of leeway with trying to maximize the lot coverage. I'm sure it's better for their their projections and their development costs. So I hear all that and I agree, but I'm looking at it in that context, because when you're in front of this house, you're looking at that building, you're walking to downtown. I think the density actually maybe is a nice part of this. Like I said, I didn't really like the cookie cutterness of the the changes, but I just want to push back a little bit on that with what I was thinking.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, that's why we're having the discussion. You know, I just don't think just because it's across the street from that, and I could even see supporting some of the building height plane, you know, giving some relief on that.
If the structures were within the 40%, that would be, I think that would help.
I'd want to still see some. I mean, looking at the streetscape, there's zero variation on the vertical wall plane on any of these.
Would you like to see all of them with that, or could some of them have that change just to vary it up a little bit?
Some setbacks somewhere to give some variation in the rhythms to voids, which it speaks very clearly of in the LDRs and the Secretary's standards.
We're not designing. We're just throwing ideas.
Getting close, but
I'm not suggesting.
But you are still talking about a deficiency you're finding, so it's still
saying
appropriate.
If you're looking at these in a row, it's almost if you put Rubik's cubes, you know, with a slightly pointier top, all in a row. There's not a lot of variation here, and then I understand that this is a very 2D image here, but once you get it out there in reality, it is going to look slightly different. but it is still going to be, your garages are going to be forward of your front doors, which we've given people a lot of, pushback on that. The massing, there's no step backs or setbacks on any of the sides of any of these. So
That would be nice to see. Some variation on the second floor.
Yeah,
would be nice to see.
that's
hitting,
why
hitting the lot size.
I don't
would
think
be-
it. Yeah, I don't think it meets the visual compatibility standards. Therefore, I just can't support it.
I'd like to ask staff about the garage in the front plane. Is that something that other new developments have done? I think we did approve of another house that had the garage pushed slightly ahead. They pushed it back just a little bit, but so we have approved it in the past.
So we did a pretty thorough analysis of garages with new construction with the project that you referenced on Fifth Court. The board direction to the applicant, and they went back and did some redesign, was to pull the garage back so it wasn't forward of the front elevation, and that has been the direction in boards over the years. Boards that precede all of you, is to come up with a way to further have the applicant come up with a way to further obscure the garage so it's not prominent on the front facade. And some of the ways that that's been done is pulling it back, putting trellis and pergolas over the front of it. We've seen carports and then garages. So the carports almost look like a side porch off the front of the house. I mean, there's been a lot of different approaches. But the overall context is to not have a structure that is garage forward. That's been the board's direction. Now,
So-
with that said, every project is case by case basis.
Yes.
So
my thought right now is that apparently, without asking, we have about a 5-2 vote against. But we also have recommendations or ideas that the applicant could come back with that might swing a couple of us a different direction. Is that a safe thing to say?
I'd be open to continuing this and have them come back and take another look rather than vote yay or nay. If it got denied, then there's a lot of costs that are associated with that, and there's a lot of more work on the staff. So, I'm okay with whatever.
I would always suggest you talk with the applicant.
Yeah, and Michelle beat me to it. I mean, the applicant is really in charge. So if they agree to a postponement, then that's the board's decision. Then that would be appropriate action. If the applicant wants to get a final vote, receive a final vote tonight, and then move forward however they choose, then
I don't think we're quite to that point yet. I think this Fifth Court example is a very good one, and they did have sheer walls. We suggested there was a better way to do it. They came back, and they actually, as I recall, kind of thanked us for making them look at that. Kind of.
I don't know that I would say that.
Yeah,
Well,
it wasn't.
I think they went down
Perhaps I
fighting.
misread it.
Happy,
But
joy, joy.
it looks like Mr. Gary Aliopoulos wants to say something.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are going to ask you to go ahead and vote. I did want a clarification. We do have second floor setbacks throughout these buildings. We meet the code on that. And we do have landscape plans. I'm not sure why you guys didn't see them, but we had full landscape and engineering plans that we submitted with the project. But go ahead and vote. Thank you very much.
So just to be clear, are you asking to vote approval, denial, or continuation? Because
Approval or denial?
Yeah, well, that was my understanding.
You don't want a continuation. Okay.
All right.
And to clarify, landscape plan review, as we've told you before, does not come before this board for duplex units. So yeah.
But it is good to know. So, Kristen, you're going to say something?
No, I wasn't going to say anything. Nope, I'm done.
You want to make a motion?
And unfortunately, I do think it's appropriate to make a motion per item, since they're actually individual applications.
So this
And
starts
also-
on C, correct?
Also,
See,
I don't know, maybe you disagree, but isn't the direction is that the motion be made in the affirmative? Does that matter?
No, it would be, I mean, I'm not speaking for the board, but if a motion, if the desire is to make a motion to reject the project, it would be a motion to deny the certificate, I forget exactly, a certificate appropriateness demolition variance waiver, but that language should be included
Okay.
in the staff report. It usually includes a
Yeah, it's in
proposed
there.
motion for denial, correct?
It is there, yeah.
Okay.
And we need to make motions on each individual
Yes,
item.
please.
Yes.
Now, would you like us to go through this process first before we discuss the plat?
So I think if I understand the board's likely outcome here, if it's a denial for all 5 certificates of appropriateness, I mean, the board can have its discussion regarding a plat if it finds it necessary, but if it's going to deny all 5 applications, I think that
Well, it's going to go to appeal, correct? Most likely.
Yeah.
potentially, but the plat will actually take a different direction. So the plat, even with the recommendation of denial, will travel to planning and zoning. And in theory, even with a recommendation of denial at planning and zoning, it will travel to city commission.
Correct. But we should weigh in on it.
I think that would be appropriate to provide direction to planning and zoning in case, there's a need to discuss it. And additionally, if they do appeal and the appeal is granted, there's been a full discussion and process on the plat, so that would
All right.
make the most
So
sense.
Vote on the individual ones first, and
Yep.
then the plat, and then we talk about the plat. We haven't
We
really
haven't
talked about
had
the
it.
plat.
So do you want to vote on the individual ones, then talk about the plat? Or do you want to talk about the plat and then vote on the individual and the plat?
I feel like they've exhausted their discussion regarding items 8C through 8G.
Okay,
So
I'm
they
just
could
trying
vote
to
on
figure
that
out
just to
which
make it
actions
clean.
I pull up, yeah.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're going to vote on COAs right now.
So I'm going to start. I would like to make a motion on item,
Just trying to get to it.
2023.
It's
yeah,
8C, I think.
Yes, correct. It'd be 8C as
yeah,
well.
I'm just trying to find the right item.
I'm going to put it on screen here. Here you go.
8C.
That's your first one.
All right, and I had the wrong one pulled up. Oh my God. Yes, I can see that far.
Here, I'll just give it.
It's
I got
closer
it.
over your shoulder if that's.
Yeah, I got it. Now it's easier
Is it
for me
printed?
over here. Mr. Chair, I would like to vote or move to deny the certificate of appropriateness, demolition variances and waiver request 2023-134 for downtown Delray Villas Lot 1, aka Magnolia Place, 19 Southeast 2nd Street, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Discussion? We've all discussed it enough, right? Call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
No.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
No.
Okay, so motion to deny passes 4-3.
Correct.
right? Okay.
And now we're on to item 8D.
I'll keep going if everybody's okay with it. Because it's going to be the same.
Here.
It's on
Well,
screen.
each one is different, though.
That is deep.
That is deep. All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move denial of certificate of appropriateness, demolition, variances, and waiver request 2023-136 for downtown Delray Villas, Lot 2, aka Magnolia Place, 148 Southeast First Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. It does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? No. Call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
No.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
No.
Okay. I've got it here. Moving on to the next item. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to deny the certificate of appropriateness, demolitions, variances, and waiver request 2023-133 for downtown Delray Villas, Lot 3, aka Magnolia Place, Southeast First Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
No.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
No.
Okay, I believe we're on the F. Is that
Yeah.
correct? All right, I got it. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move we deny the certificate of appropriateness and variances 2023-136 for the property located at downtown Delray Villas, Lot 4, aka Magnolia Place, 134 Southeast First Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Before a second, Michelle, on the agenda, this item F is listed as 2023-132, and I believe we read 2023-136 into the record for the motion.
Let me just double check. What lot is this?
It's Lot 4.
I think it's 132.
It's 132.
Okay. Yeah.
Move to correct my motion to state 132?
Correct.
132.
Great. And now we're prepared for a second if there is one.
Second.
Call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
No.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
No.
Okay. And the last one on this, Mr. Chair, I move to deny certificate of appropriateness, demolition, variances, and waiver 2023-135 for downtown Delray Villas, Lot 5, aka Magnolia Place, 130 Southeast First Avenue, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
No.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
No.
Now, the only item left from that grouping, Chair, is the plat, and you have not had board discussion on that.
You want to lead off?
I think John's.
I'd just like to read from the staff report. Application or district regulation, section 4.3.1D. No yard or lot existing at the time of the passage of this chapter shall be reduced in area or dimensions below the minimum requirements set forth herein. Lots or yards created after October 1st, 1990 shall meet the minimum requirements established by this chapter unless the city commission declares that at the time of approval of an associated development application that is necessary and appropriate to create such a nonconformity. So going from 80 feet, which is the requirement, down to 65 roughly, 6480, and 65.82 is not necessary. The only thing that makes it necessary is the applicant's desire to put 5 structures on this 1 acre property. That's it. So
But it
in
says
my
it-
mind, it's not appropriate.
It's, yeah, appropriate by what we
Yeah,
think.
It's not necessarily or appropriate. I think first of all, you're adding a larger width structure and you're shrinking the lot.
Yeah.
But you're not going to the full 3 stories that they could go to.
No, I you know.
I'm going to 3 stories.
Right. The 3 stories.
This property is roughly 325 feet wide. So you divide that by 4, and you have 80 feet plus a few inches.
Plus a few, yeah.
Fits really nicely on 4. So if it was going to replat it from just to move the property lines around, to make it 80, 80, 80, 80, I'm 100% in support of that. But to go 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, to me is an overreach, in my opinion.
Bill, is there any reason to pass the plat if we haven't passed the COAs?
So, no guarantee, but I anticipate that there will be an appeal of the 5 denials. And if that appeal is granted, then a full analysis of the plat would be required, regardless, because they could end up approving the COAs. So it would be appropriate for the board to conduct a full review and analysis of the plat and give a vote based upon that analysis, so that if the appeals are granted, the plat is not behind the other applications.
Wouldn't they appeal the plat as well?
No, because unlike a conditional use, say, it does not need a recommendation of approval in order to continue down the path.
The plat's going to commission no matter what for action.
We can't approve the plat. We can only make a recommendation.
I have a question for staff. Are there other lots in the historic district that are around 65 feet with?
I haven't done that analysis. We stated in the staff report that there are lots that range from 50 to 100 feet, but I don't know a specific 65, which is your question.
I believe there.
I know of lots in Delita that were 150 and then got split into 3s. So you have 50, 50, 50. So there are narrower, it's been done years ago, but it does exist.
I don't think in Oshad there are.
I don't know.
So that's, I
Every
think, again,
historic district is, to answer your question a little bit more detailed, every district is different. So Delita Park, using that as an example for something that you do in Oshad, might not be the best context, because Delita Park, the way it was developed as the city's first subdivision, had the side streets with more narrow lots, but then the Dixie Boulevard and the diagonal streets with the estate lots. So it's, a little bit different in how the development pattern was. But Old School Square is a downtown close to the urban core, as you all have identified. But the minimums are in the code of 80 feet, because that was the analysis that was done when that zoning district was created. So the minimum was based on an analysis that occurred many years ago. It wasn't just a feather out of a hat or something you pull out of the air. It said, let's make these 80. That was...
I think one of the problems I see with modern zoning is there are no shades of gray, right? It's black or white. It's like you can have a factory here and you can have a house here. So I look at this as a property that's a shade of gray, and that's how I'm thinking of it. So I am okay with this subdivision, just because it's so close to downtown. Density is part of downtown's character. It doesn't bother me, especially when there's 50-foot lots in residential neighborhoods. This is actually a little bit bigger, but yes, the massings did bug me about the houses, but the lot sizes, maybe if they shrunk those down, it wouldn't bother me.
So Chris, if this gets built, then across the street, someone else comes and says, well, it's across the street. And then you go to the next lot, and then the next lot, and pretty soon you're in the Everglades and everybody's building 3-story houses. So at some point, you've got to make a determination, and that's why this district exists. That's all. That's
I get it.
Yeah, it's going to set a, I know legal doesn't like to hear the P word, but it would be justification for somebody else to assemble property somewhere else and create a bunch of 65, or maybe next time they'll stretch it to 60 or 50-foot lots, and chipping away at our historic districts. So like I said before, either we have historic districts and we apply the rules or we don't.
Well, this is a unique area.
It's all unique. Del Rey's unique.
No, but I mean, it's not like other parts of OSHAD. I don't think there's anything else that's
Then maybe it
comparable to
shouldn't
this.
have been included
And-
when they
and-
created the district, but it's in the district and those are the rules of the district.
When was OSHAD?
I'm glad we have you on the board. I have to say that. I think
Well,
that. But
some people don't, but
I still stand by my view with this, and that's
hey,
great.
that's fair. Hey,
Are your views, are you looking at the LDRs?
Right.
And then you're making your own interpretation, or, because the LDR says 80 feet.
If it was so black and white, why do they even have us up here?
Well, I think the point that Ms. Finn is making is that there's a set of quasi-judicial hearing rules that you make a decision based on the LDR's comprehensive plan, not whether or not a project is a good project or whether you like it. So I think that's what she's asking. And I think you can state what you're saying, which is why. I mean, I think I hear what you're saying, but I think that's what she's asking.
I just have a problem with you saying you feel like this is a gray area. It's not a gray area.
So the one thing I think might help as well is normally your waiver criteria involve the surrounding neighborhood or a special privilege. This criteria for the plat waiver doesn't include that type of analysis. It was what Board Member Miller succinctly listed there, necessary and appropriate. So what other lots may look like, what the rest of the neighborhood may look like, what's across the street, that's not part of the surrounding neighborhood analysis or a special privilege in that other lots or other applications may have that same type of relief. So really, your analysis is limited to just whether this nonconformity is necessary and appropriate.
For the waiver.
For the lot size.
But for the plat, they do get some building design and application of the historic code.
I think so.
The applicant is asking if it's okay that you engage with him.
Of course.
Just to clarify, I know the questions come up. I know when these codes were adopted, it was in '88 when the historic district was created. I was here. I was the planner, one of the planners. But with regard to this block 70, the recorded plat in 1915, the lots ranged. There was two 25-foot wide lots. The majority were 50. There were some 60-foot wide lots, over 60 towards First Street. That's just this block. So if you look throughout the Old School Square historic district, there aren't going to be consistent 80-foot wide lots because that's not how they were platted with the town of Linton plat. The majority were 50-foot wide lots. Some were assembled, some were split off. So that's what you have. And so, yeah, the criteria was mirrored after the RO district, which is the 80-foot wide. That's how we went. The desire was to get mixed use as well, which you need to accommodate parking and so forth. So that's just some of the background. But as far as the waiver, and necessary and appropriate, and so we made our argument in relation to this particular block, how we felt it was necessary and appropriate. And this is probably one of the last areas within the OSHAD where there is enough vacant land for this type of use.
But this, and I'm gonna
I'm
disagree that this land is vacant. Yes, the land.
Well, I know, not yet.
The land
It
will
will
be
eventually.
Could be considered underutilized, but it's not vacant. And who's to say that somebody's not going to do this on North Swinton Avenue or Northeast First or any other area of town that, as property values in Del Rey continue to escalate, assemble more property and do this all over again somewhere.
And to your point, Swinton Avenue is really the model, right? It's that's why those homes, Swinton Avenue, majority are historic on Swinton, especially basically from 2nd up to 4th, Northeast 4th. So yeah, and you've seen some areas off, like on First Avenue. Maybe you've had some patches of some newer development, but for the most part, I know what you're saying. Oh, this is the one that, as each project is looked at individually, this is one of the last areas in the OSHAD district and no two are the same. And so the justification relates to the fact that it is a blighted situation and has been since the district was created. And this is actually an opportunity to create something more compatible and consistent with the district. That's all I wanted to say, but the lot sizes, 50 foot was primarily, you look at Town and Lytton plat.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm not going to engage anymore with Jeff. However, I am going to say that I don't think anybody thinks that this land is going to be continued to be vacant forever. It's going to be redeveloped. I'm surprised it hasn't been already, although, paying $6 million for an acre of land is not for everybody. So it's a lot of justification here to get as much building in this parcel as humanly possible, and that's not this board's role, and it's not this city's role, again, to make sure a project is profitable or not. It has nothing to do with that. It's what do the LDRs say, what do the citizens and the leaders of Delray Beach, what have they put into law and codified into law, and what are we up here looking at? So, there's a lot of different things that go there. But in my mind, splitting it for, keep it the 4 plats as it is and redevelop the 4 plats right now. I mean, there's no reason you have to split it into 5 or even 4 equal sized lots. The plats exist. It's a lot cheaper, a lot easier just to redevelop as it is, but you wouldn't be able to get that consistency and that economies of scale to build what they're building right now.
Right.
So, again, I'm done. I'm not going to make a motion on this one either, so somebody else can do it.
I guess I'll do it. Okay. Michelle, you want to put up the language? Do you mind?
Of course.
Thank you.
Here we go.
I move that the board recommend denial of the major subdivision plat and waivers 2023-139 for the property located at downtown Delray Villas, also known as Magnolia Place, Old School Square Historic District, by finding that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and does not meet the criteria set forth in the land development regulations.
Second.
Call the roll.
John Brewer,
No.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
No.
Jim Chard.
No.
Who was the second on that? And it was recommended.
Appreciate it.
It was to recommend denial.
Correct.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, board members, just make sure your microphones are on and you're close enough to them, just because the record's picking up a little bit here and there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so, we have a time certain on this board, ending of 11 o'clock. That gives us 53 minutes, and I don't know that we're going to get through this request. I've been in communication with our director, who has suggested we may not want to even engage directly on the item, but that the board should consider, like, what realistically is the next step. Are you going to begin the items, hear testimony, and then essentially we're going to reach 11 o'clock before there's any decision? Are you going to continue the board? I don't know how many minutes they have to do it. How does that work?
The other thing I would inform the board is this process began as several applications that melded into one, because it is one site plan, all 3 blocks. So the applicant is going to be provided additional time beyond what would normally be provided because it was submitted that way. So if it helps inform the board's decision at all, the presentations themselves will probably run a combined 45 to 60 minutes between applicant and staff. So
At
just the
least.
presentations would most likely bring us beyond 11 p.m.
I think at
But we
least.
can't extend that.
So technically, the local rules say if an item is started before 11, the board can finish it. But quite frankly, that 11 p.m. is in there because bad decisions tend to be made late in the night. So,
But how many minutes is it? Is it, did you just say it and I wasn't listening? Is it like they can continue 10 minutes? Is it 30 minutes?
my understanding is that they've been provided 30 minutes to present their.
No, that's not what I'm
After
asking.
11.
Oh.
Once
Oh
you
no,
hit 11.
I don't believe I'll pull them up, but I do not believe the local rules have a cap on how far you go past 11.
I thought it was
just
they had
says-
to vote for like 15
It just has
minutes.
to be voted on to
Yeah,
extend.
they have to
Yeah.
vote to agree to extend beyond 11. And after 11, the board does not have authority to begin a new item.
Right.
But, I mean, to be frank, this will be a long presentation between both the applicant and staff, and the board discussion, as we've just seen, can be lengthy. So,
Is it up to the board only, or does the applicant have a say in this?
I think the board needs to make the
I think in
decision.
this instance, that would really rest with the board, because you're not postponing with direction. You're determining that there's not sufficient time to adequately accept evidence, review it, and have a genuine board discussion. So at that point, the decision would be to bifurcate, in essence, and have some evidence today and then more evidence a different day, which is just not the most efficient use of time, and can create difficulties in maintaining a solid record.
I'm not too concerned about this group making bad decisions after 11 o'clock.
I really thought that there was a requirement that the board had to approve an extension in certain minute increments. And
I
I
think it's an
could
hour.
be 2018ing myself right now.
I mean,
But
my thoughts are I'm fine. I'm here. It's not like I got anywhere to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ready.
But, I would just ask all parties involved to maybe
Condense.
Yeah.
Like it's.
You
So
can't
be as
condense
expeditious as
a
possible.
3-block project.
The most
So we are going to be a minimum 11:15, 11:30 before we finish our presentations.
The most recent adopted local rules, and it reads commission, but they've been adopted by the board as well. All meetings of the commission shall end by 11 p.m. unless extended beyond 11 p.m. by a vote of the commission. If the meeting is adjourned, any unfinished business shall be considered at a time and place set by the commission. So I'm not
See
aware of, and I do
increments?
not see anything in the local rules that require a fresh vote every 15 minutes or some increments. But realistically, the decisions, the local rules are drafted and designed to try to prohibit late night.
In my prior experience here, that the board determines the length of the extension, and if it runs out, they can also extend again.
Well, it is by a vote of the board to
Yeah.
extend beyond 11. So if the motion was to go another 30 minutes, then that's what the motion would be.
For what it's worth, I have an 8:30 meeting tomorrow morning in Miami, so I'll do it, but, my preference is not to start.
Same here, yeah. I've got an early day tomorrow, too.
Now that
Okay,
Why
so,
don't we take a vote then?
well, we should also, before you vote, talk maybe dates, so that you are aware of
That's
what
the
has
other
to
thing.
happen. So because there's a variance included with this request, they can make a motion to date certain without re-advertisement. Is that correct,
Yeah,
William?
my understanding is there's been some recent developments, and we are allowed to postpone to a date certain. I would also give additional advice that we've just had 2 board members that have indicated they have existing morning obligations, and I'd be concerned that they're more worried about, not to say that I think either board member would not do their full duties, but I don't want to create an issue where the applicant is going to raise later that board members were rushing them, or they didn't feel like they got to present all their evidence because they've already indicated the need to be elsewhere at a decent hour. So I would recommend at this point that the board begin discussions on when they might be available to meet or to have this postponed to a date certain, so that the applicant and staff and the board all feel like they've had adequate time and don't feel rushed or condensed in presenting evidence and analysis.
Can we ask the applicant?
You can. I mean, you can ask them what their preference would be, but given the discussion we've had and the comments I've just received from board members, my advice will not change even if the applicant says...
You've only heard 2 negatives out of 7.
Right, but that's still...
And one of those negatives said they'd be willing to stay.
I understand that, but I does not change the advice or direction I'd provide this evening.
Applicant?
Mike Cavelli Design, 1209 South Swinton Avenue. This is a surprise. Obviously, a delay is another delay. I have to tell you that this is very frustrating. We filed 3 applications.
The question before you, though,
excuse me, Michelle, I'm talking, please. We filed 3 applications at 3 different times and delayed bringing some of those applications so they all come at this meeting. So here we are now talking about another delay. This is big money for the developers for delays. They need to have approvals done so that they can continue with construction. They have to order materials. They have to have these answers. We were just told a few weeks ago that because this was an overall project, it was going to be 1 presentation and 1 item on the agenda. The project before us is a unified plan with a plat for 5 or 6 lots, and it was separate items. Mr. Bennett, you yourself said that when the chairman asked Michelle if she was almost done, said she needs adequate time to have her presentation, and she said, I get 20 minutes for each item. We have been denied that by first of all, taking 3 applications that we paid
No,
3.
I'm sorry. I will interject at this point because...
But understand.
I do, and I know how we got here, and I do understand, and I've seen the email communications. There's a big difference because they have 5 separate applications with 5 different application numbers, and they were site. My understanding of staff is that it may have been processed that way when it was received, but that's being corrected. This is 1 unified site plan that has the amendments.
We paid 3 separate fees.
I understand, and my understanding is that staff is addressing that and correcting that issue because you are 1 site plan. The Sunday Village is 1 certified site plan, and this is an amendment to that 1 certified site plan.
I think this is an important decision.
All the more reason why I continue to stand by my advice that the board
I heard you.
should postpone to a date certain.
I heard you. I call for a vote.
Can I ask a question first?
Yeah,
Yes.
should we talk dates? I mean,
So-
you can't...
Because January's date was not the first week in January, it's the 2nd or 3rd week in January now, pushing it to the 1st of February is not as bad as it would have been if it was 30 days out. Is the February date available?
So my suggestion is that the board look at an alternative, perhaps a special meeting. The February 7th meeting, we have 3, maybe 4 items on the agenda, which are COAs, and 1 has a variance associated with them. While they're easier to go through, 20 minutes for staff, 20 minutes for the applicant, that's 40 minutes. You're not going to take that much time on the easier ones, but you essentially could be 2-3 hours in before we even touch on a project like this. So we could roll the dice, do this again on the 7th, or perhaps we look at the 31st. The 31st, if we picked the date, this is why I say before you make a motion, because it's a date certain that you would have to postpone to, that agenda would go out next Wednesday. Everything's already done, so there's no preparation. It would be a special meeting. It would be this item heard at that meeting.
I think the advantage to doing it that way as well, Chair, is this would be the only item. So if the applicant wanted additional time because they felt it was appropriate, we would not have any concerns about what items are next, how many items there are. And I think that would really, a project that encompasses 3 blocks, even though the changes are not the entire project, it really gives the board the ability to focus on a project this large and make sure that not only you receive all the evidence that you'd like, but that they have the opportunity to present all the evidence they'd like.
Didn't you say there were 3 or 4 other COAs for the 7th?
Yes, I'm suggesting the 31st.
Correct.
Special, just this item.
Which unfortunately puts you at 3 meetings in, 3 weeks' time, but it puts us here too. So for
I'm
us,
less concerned about
we
us
have
than-
taken a
than the
project
applicant.
with this applicant. Did you get the initial date of submittal? So we started reviewing this project in November of 2022. So we want to get this across the finish line as well. If it's going to get approved, I don't know. We
Yeah,
want to
that's-
get
that's
the
whole thing. We're
board's
assuming it's going to
review.
get approved. Everybody's assuming we're going to sit here and rubber stamp and get everything approved. But anyway, maybe we should just go forward and
An
press
action,
forward.
I don't think anybody's assuming this is going to be
Well-
rubber stamped.
Okay.
No, I'm
I-
saying an
I think-
action for the applicant has to come to fruition because they have been in the process for a very long time. So if we're sitting here from November 2022 to January of 2024 is 2 weeks that big of a difference, they're of course going to testify yes, because time is money.
Okay.
But I think a fair look at the project is what the board needs to decide. This is a big project. This is probably going to take 2 hours.
We've gone that late before.
It will.
We've gone that late before, and that may be part of the reason why that rule was adopted by the commission. I really want to make sure that whatever decision this board makes is in the best defensible position in case anybody wants to challenge it. And I think that if we begin this item tonight, we're inviting the ability for someone to challenge the decision of this board.
Is that your personal opinion or a legal opinion?
Well, that would be based upon my experience with the city and
Would
lawsuits
that be a
I've had.
personal opinion?
No, I'm telling you that in my position as the assistant city attorney for the city of Delray Beach and as the attorney for this board.
One other consideration, there are people watching online right now too. So not that it matters, they're probably home more comfortable than we are. But,
We haven't heard from Chris and Pete.
It's getting late. If it takes 2 hours, I wonder how cognitively aware we're going to be at that point to make a good decision. I could do it, and if other members want to do it, I would push forward. But I can see that point of view about.
I've been up since 4:30. That's what time I get up. If I had known this meeting would go later, I would have taken a nap during the day.
Right.
You know, but cognitively, 1 o'clock in the morning, I can't guarantee. You know, I'm willing to stay. You know, I'll take 2 hours sleep and go to my next meeting to accommodate the applicant. But
I could make the.
we have to
31st.
prevent this in the future. I mean, we all had the same response when we looked at this agenda. We were like, "Oh my goodness!" We all knew this thing was going to be late. So, I mean, I don't know if there's any way to, you know, prevent this in the future. But
can I ask
Guess
what the
let's
board's
run it out.
availability is on the 31st?
Should look at the calendar.
I'm available.
I'm available.
I'm available.
Me too.
Do a special meeting.
I think I have a debate that night. Just 1 second.
They're going to set a special meeting just for us.
I'm available.
Yes, I'm available.
The 31st.
Could-
John,
Could
are
we
you available?
move?
sure, yeah.
Could we move the other items that are on for the 7th back to the 31st?
No.
No, because
No.
those people weren't.
I could explore potentially splitting up the 7th so that we didn't have 2 really long back-to-back meetings, you know, maybe putting an item or 2 on, but I need to see the condition of the request because not everything's done, which means everything has to be done by next Wednesday for a publication of an agenda. And any of the ones that have variances couldn't go, and availability of those applicants to be at the meeting. So I could explore it, but I can't guarantee it.
I don't know. I just think this is very important to Delray, and that we need to give as much support to the applicant. to be heard as possible.
I think you have a board who's expressed that they're not sure they're able to do that if they
Yeah.
continue, yeah.
I'm okay with moving forward if it's me, you know. Let's get this, let's do this.
We've spent 20 minutes talking about this, it's 10:30.
Exactly.
Well, I will note that I asked for a vote 15 minutes ago.
I'd like to move that we continue this item to January 31st, date certain,
And a time for that, I assume it'd be 6 p.m.
6 o'clock p.m.
Second.
See how it votes.
Call the roll.
John Brewer,
Yes.
Peter Dwyer,
Yes.
John Miller,
Yes.
Kristen Finn,
Yes.
Ivan Heredia,
Yes.
Chris Cabezas,
Yes.
Jim Chard.
No.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Does so the notices for the variance don't have to be resent?
No.
No, they shouldn't be because it was a date and time certain. But I think I would suspect that the staff and board comments may not be lengthy, so if you'd like to wait, I think Michelle and I can be available after the meeting.
And there's no possibility of agendizing those as 3 separate items?
Can discuss
The
after
direction
the
has
meeting.
been given by
Yeah.
the city attorney. This was not my decision.
Yeah.
That was,
I don't see the difference between the previous project and this one. I'm
We're-
sorry.
If you,
there's COAs for
Let's see.
residential structures, not commercial property.
look,
Is there anything else that we can do right now, like we were talking about, that staff can approve right now, that we can, you know, like our permits are being held up right now, and there's certain things that are, that
I
staff
think-
can approve it administratively,
I think
that,
if you let us get through board discussion, then we could talk about that after. I'm happy to stay and talk through that, because I don't understand the permit that was even reviewed.
so yeah,
because we're,
guys,
we're
guys-
being held up, and and that's why this meeting was so important, right? There's many things that are being held up on you know, on this huge project, so we're just trying to, you know, move things along here. So if there's anything we can accomplish here right now without going through the full presentation, that staff needs feedback like that,
There's
that would
nothing that the
minimum be
board can
appreciated.
Yeah.
do on a non-advertised item, so
Well-
we can stay after board discussion and talk through it with you.
Okay.
Yeah, at this time, the items had a vote, and it will be heard on January 31st, but I will stay with Michelle as well if there's questions or things you'd like to discuss afterwards, but at this time, hit the staff comments and board comments, and then we'll be available.
Okay. So our next board meeting is January 31st for the Sunday Village item and potential other items that could be added to the schedule. Following that is the regularly scheduled meeting of February 7th. I don't have any further items to discuss.
Bill, you have
Nothing for me, thank you.
anything from the board?
I don't know if you want to talk about windows at this meeting or if you want to save that for a future meeting.
Future.
Save
Future.
it for the 31st.
Yeah, okay.
Everybody come with all your homework.
Adjourned.
Diane.
At a window that was different on block
61.
This was just fine.
Interesting. All right.
Did I have a copy, yes. Yes, should I get him to sign?
Yes.
We had a little back and forth.
Yes. Great night. Well, hey, it's always interesting.
I have tons for you to sign.
All right, let's sit down and do
You
this.
can sit back down. These are the minutes.
So the size of the opening doesn't change. Yeah.
Oh, it's over. It's really over.
Yeah, that's
It's definitely over.
Comparison.
William, I just got to sign, that's it for
I just
now.
think it today.
No. Like, yeah, it should just be a
Right, right, and then,
Like, if you just wanted to see quick change,
this doesn't have to be notarized or anything, but it goes to the clerk.
should have